Hello? Okay. Hello? Okay. Oh. Sorry, really fat cat. Something happened overnight. I had everything set up last night, and, for some reason everything went topsy-turvy on me. I had to, like, redo a bunch of stuff in OBS, but thankfully it's working now. Hopefully audio levels are good. Let me know if they're kind of out of whack. I was just kind of trying to listen to myself a little bit. But to answer your question, what do I think of Final Fantasy 16 as a whole? I think overall it was decent. That is, like, the word. I don't want to use the word mid. I would say it was decent. You know, I liked it. There were parts of it I loved. There were parts of it that were not so good. But, you know, I don't think it, you know, when I look back at 13 and 15, I think it did a good job at taking a step in the right direction. I do hope that we keep seeing more and more progress towards a, you know, more and more good from beginning to end game, you know? Is this the new quest? Unmarked. Yeah, so behind Final Fantasy 6 and 14, Final Fantasy 6 is on my list of games I need to play. I actually might stream that at some point, because it's like kind of next on the chopping block, either that or FF8, and I'd probably play FF6 first. I would personally say Final Fantasy 14 is probably my favorite ever, even with the recent drama around it. After that, you know, I'd have to make a tier list at some point, but I would say Final Fantasy 16 is in my upper half. I have a soft spot for Final Fantasy 12. I love Final Fantasy 10 actually. Final Fantasy 10 is up there with 14. I don't hate the 13 series, which is kind of I don't know what the word is. Unpopular.
But why now? After all this time.
I mean, for exploration, they could go open world. I'm kind of hoping that they just take lessons from past Final Fantasy games. Because,
believe me if I told you.
You know, past Final Fantasy games, they always had dungeons or something,
I doubt there's anything that
an interesting level that was handcrafted.
All right then. Rouse Joshua and meet me in the mess. We'll talk there.
And I think if they did like a if they did a oh my goodness, semi-open world with like bespoke dungeons, decent exploration, and a good gearing system for better rewards, it'd go a long way, like a long way.
The letter delivered to my chambers omitted a few.
That's honestly probably the number one thing they need to like look at for the next game.
That was one of the details it omitted. But whoever the sender was, it seems the dame held them in high enough regard to point them in our direction.
The dame? Well, she's not one to waste our time. It must be important.
Important might be an understatement. If the letter is to be believed, Leviathan's dominant is in danger. And someone wants us to save him.
Leviathan?
So the Warden of Water has finally returned. What has it been? 100 years?
More. The Lost moniker dates back at least that long. Even our venerable Osman would not have been
actually
a glint in his father's eye.
So well, I don't know. Witcher 3 was like very open. I would say Final Fantasy 16 was more of a wide linear. I think I think you can actually look at past Final Fantasy games and see something very similar. in that
Should the dominant of Water's bloodline have been severed somehow, it could have prevented a new dominant from awakening.
sorry, I'm half listening to the
But if one has awakened now,
cutscene.
couldn't have chosen
But
worse
I think you
time.
can look at Final Fantasy 12.
Every
I
nation
think
in the realm has lost its
Final
dominant.
Fantasy 16 had a very similar map design to 12.
They will stop at nothing to claim it for their own.
And for some reason, Final Fantasy 12 was just a lot more fun to explore.
Just when humanity most needs to come together. Did the letter say anything else?
Only that if I wished to
And I think the main reason it was a lot more fun to explore was you never knew what you were going to find. And sometimes you just stumbled into dungeons and you got like a new Esper.
If nothing else, you can be
Just, you know, and totally optional too. Like the game did not guide you there.
Famous last words. I'm coming with you.
And I think that's the kind of feel.
Thank you. Both of you.
Yeah. So I'm actually right there with you with Rebirth. I actually had a conversation today about that.
I'll keep an eye on things here.
I agree with you 100%. I think
Coming anyway.
the formula, you know, the actual conversation was about using the term,
Hands.
you know, an Ubisoft-like open world. I think it is an apt description, but I'm right there with you where, like, you know, it's climb tower, do repetitive objective 1, 2, and 3, repeat, you know, just over and over and over. And then you have your linear levels that I actually liked more. So I want them to make it probably less open, more wide linear. Or, I wouldn't even say that Rebirth was super open. It was just, you know, structured like an Ubisoft game. I think they could go the more Elden Ring route with like unmarked maps if they wanted, but that means you have to generate a lot of content that people might not see, which I know devs don't tend to like. I honestly think the best solution for them is a kind of like wide linear FF12 style, or trying to think of a good other game that's similar. God of War, I think, is a good 5 out of 10. That's a hot take. Why am I back here? Probably just teleport to the same spot. I don't know if I give Rebirth a 5 out of 10, but I did bounce off it. I'll tell you that. I was still on the Dine quest. I had just finished the the kind of like Undercity to the Golden Chocobo, and I bounced off of it. But I was with you where I just kind of got bored of it. Yeah, Dragon's Dogma 2. There's a lot of things they could do, you know. A lot of different ways to skin a cat, but I would tend to agree. I hope that they don't just like look at Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and be like, "Oh yes, that's the game we should make." I kind of hope they still do their own thing, especially if it's going to be CPU 2 working on 17, which I think it probably is, based on some recent comments made by Yoshi P, and also just like some of the staff stuff that's going on with 14.
I'm looking for a Layla.
You found one. So, will your friends be joining in? Or just watching?
We're not here for your services. We simply
So-
want to talk.
What you do with your time is up to you. The price is still the same. Oh.
So I'm actually right there with you with the well, I shouldn't say right there. Maybe. So before I played Rebirth, I played Remake, and I played Remake on hard mode, and it finally clicked with me why people like 7 Remake's combat so much, and by extension Rebirth. It's because it's very turn-based-y. If you play the game well, you're playing it kind of like a turn-based game with the ATB gauge. And so once that clicked with me and I stopped trying to play it like an action game, like how it presents, I liked it a lot more. So I don't know if I would say I prefer one over the other, because I will say I think 16 foundationally is a much more competent game. Like in terms of just how button presses feel, and you know how Clive kind of animates and moves around the battlefield.
If she realizes the value of the
I think the
information she's
foundation very strong in 16. I just think that where it failed more in, I wouldn't say polish, but like, you know, like the 6-move combat rotation, not really the best game design ever. It's okay, not the best. And like, there's like one combo in the entire game. And also difficulty. You know, if the game was harder, it would absolutely be more popular, I think. But yeah. I know it sounds kind of like a non-answer when I say, oh, I see the value in both. But I generally do. I generally tend to be more of an action game guy, though. So I hope that they evolve 16's combat rather than just copy-paste Rebirths. Because I think 16 has a lot of room to grow. Whereas I think Rebirths is like, you know, they've kind of like done what they need to. And you can tell that like in Rebirth, they kind of were just like trying to find ways to improve it, which mostly just boiled down to like, you know, adding in like these combo moves, which
It's empty. Why am I not
felt
surprised?
to me a little tacked on and strange. Like the charge blade move that Cloud had was like stronger than my ATB moves. I'm like, well, why is that? It doesn't even cost resources. It was just broken. You know, and it's like they did certain things in Rebirth that I think they added because they felt like they had to add stuff. And so I'm sure by the time the next game comes out, people will probably actually start to be getting tired of it. And yeah, so I'm actually
Suppose I must be.
new character.
Which means you have me at a disadvantage.
Apologies. I am Shula, tributary of Mysidia, final haven of the Moths of Water.
Very slow cadence.
The modes of water.
The very tribe into which it was believed Leviathan's dominant was a people notable for their sapphire. Yes, that would be impossible, since the tribe famously
Vanished. Was exterminated. Though we've managed to keep that fact hidden from good Krieger's fate.
Along with Leviathan's dominant.
That wave out there.
The surge.
Since the fall of Drake's Eye almost a century ago, some claim the two are connected.
So in other words, not that I'll hold it again.
Sorry, this cutscene seems
The
important.
wave was
I'll loop back
raised
around to your
by
comment.
Leviathan in an act of rage. Moments before the waters were stayed, and the icon and its dominant bound within.
And you want us to?
Rescue him. Yes. You see, a little bird told me about a certain outlaw with a singular knack for putting unruly dominants in their place. And ours is about as unruly as they get. For years, we've searched for someone who could hold their own against an icon. Someone just like you.
So what exactly did your dominant do to warrant this?
What did he do? But he deserves a better fate than the one map.
As do we. Very well. Something tells me you speak in earnest, so we will do what we can. But first, you will tell us everything you know about him and the means of his imprisonment.
I can do better than that. I can show you. My people are waiting.
Lead the way.
Okay. This is kind of interesting with the dominant trapped in like this crystal. But yeah, so the reason I'm doing these streams is in part to kind of gather footage. I should actually probably start recording this, just reminded me. Is in part to get footage because I'm working on a script for my next video, which will be a Final Fantasy 16 video. But because a lot of the problems I have with 16, a lot of reviewers also had with 16, I'm probably going to angle it like looking ahead to Final Fantasy 17 and what do I want out of 17. And one of the core things is going to be combat. And I'm with Eric, where there's a lot of small tweaks, like giving more combos. Like the one combo in this game is crazy. You know, yes, better RPG systems, whether that be gear or something else. Playable party I could debate on, but definitely harder difficulty. And yeah, I think you fixed like every problem. Playable party would earn you brownie points, but I think from a game design perspective, it could break up the flow of a true action game. Like I said, like Rebirth is a turn-based game, really, at the end of the day. And so switching between party members isn't really a heavy lift. But you know, 16 tries to be much more action. So I could definitely see like that whole like transition between party members kind of making the combat feel disjointed. And I can see why they wouldn't want to do it. I think there are clever ways you could try to implement party members into the combat. Like, for instance, you could, instead of all the icons, you could have your abilities be actual party member abilities. Like, you have a Dragoon party member, and you unlock abilities in his tree, and you almost do, like, combo moves with him. So then it feels like your party is, like, actually with you and doing attacks with you, and much more integrated. And then to go along with that, you write the story. Like, I think one of the biggest sins that 16 committed with the party is more not that you couldn't control them, but because they just didn't exist. You know, they were constantly written out of the story. They'd be there for like one arc, and then they'd be written out. You know, Jill had her arc where you went to the Iron Isles, and you know she faced her trauma in her past, and then she proceeds to just like leave the story. And she doesn't really come back until kind of at the end. And so, like, they just need to have a party that stays with you throughout the entire story, one. And two, when they're with you, they need to make more commentary in the field. You know, like, they don't have to go overboard. It doesn't have to be, like, egregious, like, every 5 seconds they're saying something. But in this game, they are, like, silent as a stone. Like, they might as well not even be there. You'll be running around a field, and if they say something, that's like a miracle. So there's definitely a better balance to be struck there. Yeah, you could do playable party with the option of gambits, maybe, but I think action games are much more complex. Like, how do you gambit an action game? That's iffy. It's just hard, right? And I would point to Kingdom Hearts 2, right? Like, Kingdom Hearts 2 is probably one of my favorite games of all time. Probably my favorite action game of all time. Which is kind of vanilla, but whatever. But I just love it, right? I love it. And that game, you don't control Donald and you don't control Goofy. You can, like, make them more aggressive or more passive. But in reality, if you ever do a hard fight, they're going to die. Doesn't matter. You know, they're just going to die. So, like... But you still feel like you went on the journey with Donald and Goofy because they're much more present in the story. You know, they're written into the game more. So, like, yeah. You could do pawns. The problem with the actual pawn system is that they're kind of impersonal.
All right, you might want to hold on to something.
But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things they could do. And it's not just, like, adding party members.
I don't see any wall.
Of course you don't. That's the point.
Yeah, Eric, that is by far the biggest sin Final Fantasy 16 committed. In terms of party. I don't think the feedback would be nearly as harsh if they had written the characters in such a way that they were more present in the story. Because yeah, Final Fantasy 15 felt like a road trip with your bros. It was great. It was the best thing that Final Fantasy 15 did. And Rebirth, yeah, I mean, all the members are with you the entire time. They all have input on like all the decisions. You know, they constantly talk.
How is that possible?
You do know what a glamour is, don't you?
Yeah, they could do and they could do two. I think they should do what they want. Either way, you know.
I wouldn't fancy staring at those sickly clouds every day.
There were some times where I would say 16. It was their first time writing an M-rated game, so I get it. And I know they were very cognizant of it, but there were definitely times where it felt like they were leaning into the M rating a little too much, if that makes sense. Like, you know, gratuitous amounts of swearing. Like, yeah, sure, in real life people do it a lot, but it's kind of a writing sin a little bit.
Concludes our little voyage.
Overall, I don't think it was too bad, but I can see them dialing it back, and if it's still M-rated, great. If it's T-rated, great. Don't really care, you know. As long as it's written well, ultimately. That's ultimately what I care about. Is it well written? I actually think of, you know, funny enough, I think a very good example is
slog to the village, and a hard one.
There's a new game coming out, Metaphor Refantasio, that I've covered on this channel, and that game is actually T-rated. And if you know the history of Atlas, you know that Persona. So I think that's Persona 3, 4, and 5, and I think Shin Megami Tensei is 2, M-rated. And that might be because of the penis monsters, you know, decent chance of that. But, you know, I have faith that they can write a decent story with a T-rated game with Metaphor.
What?
And it might just be T-rated because they don't have penis monsters.
Arrived, did you? The village isn't up here.
And yes, I would agree, there were some effective scenes.
Of course it is.
I mean, I would say, like, there were times in Final Fantasy XIV I wish that Final Fantasy XIV was M-rated. Because you could tell that they had to pull their punches sometimes. Right? They deal with extremely depressing, dark content. And they kind of had to pull their punches because, you know, it just,
Call me Clive. Sid's.
it was just too much for the T rating. And so I think that's why they pushed for M with this game more than anything. And it definitely allowed them to do things that they couldn't do in 14. But I think, yeah, my only comment would be, yeah, I think they leaned into it a little too much at times. Yeah. I mean, yeah, and actually I think 7 Remake is a very good example of, like, another game that could have been M-rated and probably would have been better. Like, everyone talks about, like, the ectoplasm blood when you're going up to Shinra President's office, you know? The whole reason that even exists is because they had to keep the T rating. And it's obvious that's why it exists, right? And it's stuff like that when it pulls you out of the game where it's like, wow, I just wish this was M-rated and we could be done with it. You know, it's not 1997 anymore. It's not, you know, some red pixels on the ground.
Earlier you mentioned spells, yet I see you carry no crystals.
And
When did a
also,
bearer ever need crystals?
But then
and yeah,
there is-
100% with you. I'm surprised Metaphor is T-rated.
If I ever get
Like, they actually show blood. I think it might be because of the art. Might be because of the art style. That's the only thing I can think of. Like, there's a trailer. There's a lady in some of the trailers, and you can see her shadow just like get eaten, like straight up. Like, you just see her get eaten alive. And yeah, you see like the main character rip his heart out in like really kind of like gory stuff. But I think because of art style, they kind of tiptoe around it.
We're almost at the summit. From there, you'll have a better view of our home.
But I bet they definitely walked the line, for sure. I need to buy potions, I keep forgetting.
Few have ever set eyes on what I'm about to show you. Just so you know.
This is not what I expected.
Welcome, my friends, to Mysidia.
Mysidia? Oh, Mysidia. For a second there, I thought she said Mysidia. I'm like, what? We're in a Final Fantasy XIV expansion?
It's been a long time since I saw the North looking so
alive. How
I'm
is-
sure you have plenty of questions, but it's been a long journey, and I expect we could all do with a rest.
And yeah, Actually, I think they were going for a bit of a berserk tone with this game. I don't think they quite captured it, but I think they were going for it. I think Yoshi P is a big berserk fan.
Let's get ourselves in front of a fire, and I'll tell you everything you need to know.
So, I'm wondering if this is all just like a fantasy, like an illusion? Or maybe they're living off the, because if the dominant is still alive...
Beautiful. Shula.
I wonder if there's like a crystal that's feeding it? I don't know. Definitely interesting.
Are those stones glowing?
That's one of the cairns which maintain the glamour. Steer well clear.
Glamour. If it's anything like a Final Fantasy XIV glamour, then that means it's basically an illusion. Party actually killed something.
If the surge was an act of rage,
One wonders what prompted it.
Can't say that Final Fantasy XVI isn't a good-looking game sometimes.
The more the merrier.
Ow. Oh, didn't mean to get a player. Let's see here. Yeah, I agree with you. It's gonna be very interesting to see how this game looks on PC, actually. Like, yeah, there were some FPS issues and stuff. And yeah, I would agree. There are definitely some like slightly better looking games, and I would point to Horizon and Spider-Man 2 as well. I'd have to go and look at God of War Ragnarok again on PS5 to see how that looked. That's probably in a similar camp, I would guess.
ourselves the mountain crossing by landing further north.
But some like stills from this game, like screenshots, are really good. I think a big part of it is just like the fantasy setting, right? Like the giant crystals and kind of unique geography.
On evening tides.
Does morning's light return?
Open the gates! The tributary is home!
Does he really need to like have this whole passcode? How's it going, DK? What are you doing? Probably doing work. Like a loser.
Outsiders? Well, I never. Look at the size of that dog.
All right now.
No, I haven't gotten around to it.
Duties.
I've been metaphor pilled, dude.
You'll have to forgive my people their curiosity. We don't get many visitors.
But
Or any, truth
like
be
I've been
told.
telling people, I'm like
Then we are honored to be the
working
first.
on a script for another 16 video.
It's quite
Kind of put
extraordinary.
a capstone on the
Stepping
16
into another
saga.
world.
So do you believe me now?
And so I need to get footage. So I'm like, well, I might as well play the DLC. And if I'm going to play the DLC, I might as well stream it. So here I am.
But how did your people chance to settle here in the north? Unless I am much mistaken, the moats of water long called the coasts of Southern Ash their home.
You're doing art commissions now?
Until Drake's
I have to
failed,
get in
and
contact.
forced them ever inland, where
Since when?
We met
What are you
our
doing?
team,
Are you doing like rigs?
along with our dominant?
Or are you actually like
You've read the
an artist?
Gregorian Church's account, but perhaps you'd like to hear ours. That building over there is the Witten Hall. It's where my people gather to discuss matters of import. We can speak more inside, once the place
you're
is ready
buying
to
them.
receive you.
Oh, working is for nerds. For a second there, I thought you said working for nerds. I missed the is.
Thank you. We'll do just that.
Well, at least you're spending your money, you're the ideas guy? Yeah. I need to get some commissions done. I'm getting to the point where, like, I don't think I can just use my Final Fantasy 16 banner anymore. You know, and my Final Fantasy 16 art, profile picture.
Intruders!
Oh, do you think he bakes?
But gonna need some money. I might do that this winter when I get my bonus. Probably be a good thing to put my bonus money into.
So what do you think of our little haven in the woods? It might not have all the comforts of a southern settlement, but at least it's ours.
And there's a lot to be said for that. It can't have been easy keeping this place a secret.
Not easy, no. We've dedicated our lives to maintaining the glamour that conceals us.
Yeah, no,
Us and Walyas.
Have you seen my thumbnails, DK?
See Leviathan's dominant.
I have,
That's right. Though he's no man, Walyas is still a baby.
well, maybe.
A baby.
I'm not huge into, like,
But you said that
following the
Dominant
pack
and
when it
his
comes to
icon were
thumbnails.
bound inside the surge almost a
I
century
think so many people are doing, like,
That would surely
the
make
standard
it older
thumbnails
still.
that to stand out you have to do something
It would,
different.
if he'd been allowed to
Because
age,
everyone does the reaction
but
face
spell
or the big
robbed
text or whatever.
forbearn of even that.
I'm sorry.
Walyas was the son of my great-grandfather. Leviathan awoke within him almost immediately, but instead of allowing the lad to live out his life as a valued member of the
Well, the funny thing, Eric, is the guy who has the profile picture of
my
Cloud,
ancestors sought to
he's
put his
probably
power
like
to
the
others'
biggest
uses.
fan of original FF7, and he probably sees remake as like sacrilege. That's probably why he does it. He's just like way too invested in original 7.
Entire village. If my ancestors hadn't.
And yeah, I don't hate the profile pic that much.
then it is not the surge that binds the child, but time itself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Forgive me.
And DK, I'm right there with you. Like, if you look at my most recent video, I actually did put
I'm not
the slightest
surprised.
amount of work into the into the thumbnail. I just took like the Metacritic
Which is why
thing,
it
but I
would
had
be
to
better
edit
to
out
get
the
you to
black
see
bar
it.
that's between the
Show you
Persona 5
exactly what he
Royal
has to
picture and the Metacritic scores.
That is
Then
what
I just literally went in Paint and like moved it and cropped it, and then I like typed in some text,
There's a road that leads north.
and that thumbnail did much better than the original one. The original one was like had like a 2% click through rate. So the new one's been doing much better. Yeah, I think I'm right there with you. What my opinion is on thumbnails actually is I think you need ones that stand out. So I think you want like eye-catching colors. You want like maybe one face on it, maybe. But the thing is I think too many people are trying to build their brands with their face, and they're just competing with all the other people who are trying to build their brands with their face. So they kind of get drowned out in the sea of reaction faces. And so, you know, the very successful people can do it, like, you know, Linus Tech Tips. You see Linus's face on it, it's like, oh, that's a Linus video. You see if I put my face on it, it's like, who the fuck's that guy? So, I try to focus more on, like, bright colors, interesting subjects, you know, the bright color to get your attention, and then title, you know. How's it going, Darth?
Our storehouse lies across the bridge. If you're short of supplies, you may find what you need there.
And yeah, I mean, that's the other thing too, right? Like, my videos would not do well with a young audience. I think my target demographic is probably 28-year-old guys like me, you know? Like, actually, if you look at my demographics, it's pretty much all 21 to like 35-year-olds. It's like 90% of it. And yeah, I could definitely see VTubers doing it. Or VTuber models being good for that. But, I mean, if you look, DK, you'll see a sea of, you know, VTubers trying to make it.
Sorry, I was leagues away.
So, you know,
if you're after something from the storehouse,
I think thumbnails help a lot. But I also have this, like, idea that certain topics have, like, certain thresholds for how much people will watch it.
You know, needs must.
I understand.
Saying that, she might not be able to get anything down for you for a bit.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
She's got her hands full with the inventory.
Yeah, for the age
It
demographics.
should have been my daughter's job, really, but the willful little Rills decided to make herself scarce. Only know where that girl's got to.
Because if you look at my most recent video, I go over
No.
Atlas remakes, right? Like their re-releases.
Could I? You wouldn't mind?
What am I doing for this guy? Oh, I'm just helping find his daughter. All right, sure.
Of course not. She won't have gone far, will she?
If you look at my most recent video, I think it's at like 1.2k views. There's a guy, Screen Mints, who I actually cite in that video, funny enough, who has like 16k subs or something.
Free spirit is she?
And granted, it's like a 3-hour-long debate video, but like, he has a video that released before mine that has like 2k views or something. As of late, I've kind of started to think that the topic of the video is probably the most important thing when it comes to views. Like, what do people want to watch?
I'll let you know if I find out.
Because, you know, you'll see channels with like 100 subs that get 100k view videos because the video's just well made, has a good title, decent thumbnail. And the topic that they're attacking is interesting. And, you know, so I'm making JRPG videos. JRPG videos get like, you know, 10k maybe views-ish and ballparky.
Excuse me. You haven't seen the storekeeper's daughter, have you?
Little Ruka? I have, as it happens. She went out through the gate not long ago.
Out of the village? Alone?
Aye, she does it all the time. There's a path off to the left which leads down to the river. Nice little spot, that. It's safe as you like. The beasts of the mountain don't dare come so close to the village. That's where she'll be. Go and have a look if you don't believe me.
I will.
Yeah. No, yes. That I would say the best thing about that thumbnail is the colors. And he also, you know, the subject matter is pretty good too. Where did my Discord just go? My Discord just disappeared. But yeah, I would say the number one best thing about that thumbnail that you just linked me is color. Like the color pops, and then you have the cute waifu on the left. So you have the, you know, everyone reads left to right. And then you just have some like generic question mark text about what the video's about. But, you know, I just think about it about how I browse YouTube. And the way I browse YouTube is I look at my feed. I look at... Oh, I went too far. I look for thumbnails. Like, thumbnails catch my eye, and then I read the title of the video. If the title of the video interests me, I click the video. You know, the thumbnail is really just like an attention getter. I probably won't buy it again on PC. It's, you know, I'm probably not gonna replay it, so maybe if there becomes like a crazy modding scene, and then like there becomes a reason for me to buy it on PC, then maybe. But like, you know, I'm not gonna spend another $70 to get a game that I'm probably not even going to replay in full.
It's you. I've been looking everywhere for you.
You must be Ruka.
You know my name. Can you lot read minds?
Your father asked me to keep an eye out for you. You left without telling him where you were going. He was worried.
But I went to look for you.
Look for
Well,
me.
You found me. What do you say we head back to the village and let your father know you're safe?
All right, and on the way home, you can tell me all about the world beyond the...
Everything might be a stretch.
Oh yeah, famous now from out of town.
Thank you for bringing her home. And
That's true.
sorry
I need to browse YouTube on my phone more. I really don't. You know, when I'm at work all day, I just like look at it at my computer.
That there are villages 10 times
When I'm home, I
as
look at it on my
big than the
computer.
outside world. 10 times.
That's actually a good point.
And in these cities, they have great big walls and towers and castles.
Oh, to think I was worried.
I should probably do it just so I kind of
Tell me all
know.
about the outside world.
Because yeah, I will say thumbnails are like,
Open up your man with a
if I were to try to upgrade anything I'm doing right now, it'd be thumbnails probably first.
Thanks for putting up with her questions. She has a lot of them.
Definitely the thing I'm
One of the big
like
ones being,
slacking on.
what are the people beyond the wall like? Reckon you've made a good first impression.
Are we the only ones?
So we'll have to be very careful who we're letting in and out. A few of us might make the occasional trip to shore for supplies, but for the most part, we'll make do with what we've got, including what the old Northerners left us.
Yes. You built on top of the old ruins,
Oh.
didn't you?
Well, they make for fine
Sorry about
foundations.
that. I swapped my monitor real quick. I didn't realize that it would make my Elgato go black.
That's one thing we don't have to worry about. Oh, it's everything else that's the problem. Medicines, metals for tool making, anything like that. We have to dress up as traveling merchants and make a trip to the outside and pray to every cloud in the heavens that nobody sees through us. Aye. And now Ruka's back. My wife should be free to assist you with any potential purchase. So please, do make good use of our stores, because we fully intend to make good use
Yeah,
of
I'm with you. I mean, I'm gonna be real. Like, this is not gonna be. I saw you've been doing shorts. For me, it's less about. So I guess recently, I'm trying to think of how to word this. I guess recently I thought about it, and it's like this. I don't really care if this becomes an alternate source of income. If I were looking to grow the channel, like seriously, yeah, I would post one video every 2 weeks probably. But if I wanted to maintain that schedule and maintain like the effort and quality that I put into the videos now, which truthfully, like, my editing is not very good. It's mostly just scripting, recording, and then, cutting all the footage. To do that while working my day job and working, I work at my house on the weekends. I would basically have to treat this like a second job. And I'm just not going to do that because I don't need the money. It's just a hobby. If it happens to get me a few bucks a month in the future, great. If not, whatever. And so, yeah, I mean, realistically, yeah. I've had the same thought. Like, if I wanted to grow the channel, I would make a schedule, like, 2 Tuesdays a month, or every second Tuesday or whatever, I'd post a video.
Shula, how did these ships come to be here?
What do you imagine happens
Just
when
hard.
an icon of water gets angry?
It's just really hard to maintain the schedule. I mean, obviously I had like that year-long break And then metaphors started getting talked about. It is fun seeing numbers go up. YouTube has done a very good job at gamifying. Oh my god, what the fuck are these things? YouTube's done a very good job at gamifying YouTube. Like when you see like your video performance compared to like your past videos, like where it ranks. You know? I kind of forgot I could pet Torgal. Is this voice echoing or is that just me? That was weird. Also, I keep forgetting to buy potions. I'm probably gonna die whenever I run into a boss fight because I don't have potions. Phone is going bananas. Sorry. But yeah. So, to recap, Leviathan's dominant is a baby that's trapped in like this crystal water crap, and for some reason there's this area in the north that should be blighted that isn't, for some reason. Which I don't think they've fully explained yet. I'm not sure. And like all these people live here, and they actually exist, and they have to like go in and out of this barrier and hope no one sees them. So like they're real people. Hey, I died last night a couple times to Omega, actually. He actually did damage. I know, crazy. I'm also rusty as hell at this game. I've not played this game in like a year and a quarter or something. What? Where's my raging fist, man? Why am I so bad? Yeah, man, I was saying it earlier. 16 can look really good sometimes. Like, surprisingly good. Yeah, that is definitely the biggest problem with 16, especially the base game. But yeah, I mean, like, Omega had moves that literally did 80% of my health.
It's what prevents the
And so, I mean, if you get hit enough, you will use all your potions. Another weird design decision was the fact that you can instantly heal with your potions. I definitely think they should have had a drinking animation like Dark Souls game, but maybe they didn't want to make it too Souls-like. But it definitely makes the game very easy.
You said before that.
No, I'm trying to think of what my favorite location in 16 would be.
You've yet to tell us how we're meant to reach him. I trust we won't have to hold our breath.
This is pretty good, actually.
No. The surge wraps around the cape without engulfing it. If we continue to its tip, there is a path down to the seabed and the wave's origin.
All right. It won't be the first dominant we've met at the bottom of the ocean.
That's definitely part of it. Like, that's what made Omega on, I beat Omega last night. Part of the reason that made it easy last night was, yeah, I just, like, skipped. I think when I died, I would go to, like, the boss had a third less HP. Oh, there's more side quests? I guess I'll do that. And yeah, so, like, yeah, when you have a checkpoint and you have a third less HP and you have a total refill on potions.
Hear me, mine ancestors.
Yeah, it's gonna be easier. That still exists for sure.
I'm not arguing. The child must be...
It kind of makes it so you can cheese the boss, you know? Like, you can get so far in the boss, and then once you hit your checkpoint, you're good.
Sid. You are Sid, aren't you? I wonder if you could help me.
With what
Oh, nothing too troublesome. Do you know my husband, Pavat? He's a craftsman, you see, and
a craftsman.
He's been fretting about running low on the flowers he uses for dye making. So I wondered if you might collect some for me. Perhaps, but it can't for reason. Please, I know it sounds daft, but I'd be ever so grateful.
Something is sus here.
Fine.
Yeah.
Which flowers?
No, I think that's definitely why they did it. I think, I think for, like, the forced MSQ boss fights, it makes sense to make them easier. They probably could have reduced the number of checkpoints and still had it been pretty easy. You know, it's kind of like the Final Fantasy 14 syndrome. I think the main story stuff should be easier, so pretty much anyone can do it. But, like, some of the fights definitely should not have been as easy as they were. For, you know, a multitude of reasons. I mean, some of the icon fights really are like 40 minutes long, beginning to end, if you had to redo everything.
Excuse me. I wonder, might you be able to spare a basket of Elder's blessings? Pavart's wife tasked me with collecting some for her.
I could see with Omega, Omega in the DLC.
Wants you to bless a better half
I know there are people that would not have been able to beat that without a checkpoint, 100%. But there's also part of it that's like, okay, it's a DLC boss.
Don't worry about it.
I don't know.
An old fool Pavart may be, but if you come bearing gifts, he's not fool enough to turn you away.
I bet you would have been able to beat Leviathan. I bet. You seem like you're... you kind of know how to play action games. Like, it's kind of like the Dark Souls thing where, like, I think a lot of Dark Souls bosses, you would look at them, or Elden Ring, and you'd be like, oh, I could never beat that in a million years. And then, you know, 50 deaths later, you learn the pattern enough to not get hit. And boom. Granted, I don't know how long the Leviathan boss fight is. I might have needed a checkpoint just for the
welcome to Haven,
length.
Friend.
Thank you. Forgive my presumptuousness, but the smith's wife has asked
But I guess I'll find
her
out.
husband a present of some Elder's blessings. 2 basketfuls, to be precise.
Well, I have.
Am I gonna go pick flowers in the wilds?
They really are.
Aren't they just? Though that's not the only reason they have. Legend has it that when our people fled from Ash, the tributary of the Time took some, and as they wandered high and low across the Twins. So when we finally put down roots here in Mysidia,
Well, that's 2 basketfuls.
Oh, that's interesting. They added a quick complete. Is this in the base game now? I don't really know her all that well yet. I will say her cadence was very slow at first.
What do you want? Your wife asked me to bring you these flowers.
But I don't think I know her quite enough yet to, like, give an opinion on her.
That woman. Come out and...
Who? I'm sorry. It's just my husband can be a bit standoffish at times, and I thought, what with you being a swordsman like and him being the only smith in the village, it'd be a shame if you couldn't turn to him for help.
The only reason he couldn't turn to me for help is because I had my hands full with all the orders you lot dumped on me. I'm pretty much done with them now, though. But, for the record, the tributary said that we were to lend you outsiders our aid, and that's exactly what I was planning to do. Still, here we are. Acquainted. So, if there's out you need, just bring us the materials, alright?
Alright.
Alright then. And tar for the flowers. I was running low.
And low on flowers, huh?
For dying, I hear.
Aye. Crush the petals. We use it to stain the cloth for our tunics and pennons. To remind us where we come from, like.
As modes of water.
That's right. The pattern too was left by our ancestors. The Ceaseless Rill, it's called. It symbolizes the river of our tribe, with the strength of Leviathan running through it. And no matter
Hey DK, are you gonna play Metaphor?
Flawed, changed its course. The flowers have always been with us.
Are you gotcha pilled now?
I should get back to work. If you need something crafting,
I will.
Did my mic pick that up? Could've. Yeah. I'm pretty confident. So obviously I'm metaphor pilled and biased. But I'm pretty confident, like, Metaphor is just a Persona game with, like, an SMT fantasy skin. Yeah, I actually it's the first collector's edition I've ever gotten because it was such a good collector's edition. It has, like, the physical art book and, like, physical CDs and shit. So I actually got the collector's edition pre-ordered for PC. I think it's the first one I've ever gotten. But I'm pretty confident that it'll sell decent. I think it will move at least 1 million units. My gut is telling me 2 to 3. Especially because Persona at this point, like I think Persona 6 will sell like 6 or 7 million.
Only me. Once every new moon without fail.
Yeah, even I say that people aren't talking about it. I have a whole video talking about how people aren't talking about it.
But surely no one
and yeah, I mean, ultimately it'll come down to how it reviews.
Why should you bear responsibility alone?
My point of view is that I think the team has kind of failed to capture what Metaphor is and package it really concisely. Yeah. You know, Eric, have you been watching my videos, Eric? Because, yeah, I think
the forest grows quickly here.
Atlas needs to do a better job at packaging their product. Like, so the problem that they've had is they've been focusing on what differentiates Metaphor from Persona, because it is a very Persona-like game, right? So they don't want it to just be compared to Persona. And to be fair, it is very Persona-like, but it has SMT combat and it has this whole job system, yada yada. And like, it's not all in one city. There's definitely like unique twists to the formula baked in. But, you know, core gameplay-wise, it's very Persona. So they spent like the first like 6 months, you know, just focusing on how this is not Persona and how it's different and it's a new story and new characters, and I think they kind of shot themselves in the foot because there's people to this day that don't know what Metaphor is. They think it's just like a Persona spin-off game. You know what I mean?
It does indeed.
And I think if people saw the core gameplay loop and combat like packaged in like a 5-minute trailer, like gameplay trailer, it would be totally fine. So yeah, I kind of agree that people aren't really talking about it because people don't really know what it is. I do expect that to change once we hit October though, because I kind of felt the same way about.
No, it's not.
So they are marketing it very early on. Recently they've been much more high fantasy Persona. Like they've done a couple of recent, not developer interviews, but showcases, and this recent showcases have been more Persona-like. But like I would say the first marketing push, like they had the cinema cut trailer that just had like that jumped around, and it jumped around so fast you could see the Persona elements if you knew what Persona was, but you would also kind of like miss it, like if you didn't, or if you just wanted, if you were half paying attention. So a lot of people just didn't pick up on what it is, and then the marketing following that was like, okay, here's what's different. Here's the job archetypes. Here's what our combat looks like, which is Persona combat, but it's also SMT combat. And they were trying to hammer like, there's all these jobs, and this is what you do, and you know, here's the story, and yada yada yada. And so I think early on people just kind of like glazed over it, and it's that initial impression that matters, man. Because after people glazed over it, they didn't really pay attention to any of the other marketing that came out. Now, Eric, yeah, I'm with you too with the whole people not saying they won't buy because of re-releases. It's gonna be interesting to see if they announce a DLC pass for it, because I think Atlas might be moving in that direction soon. But you can go watch my last video where I talk about why I like re-releases, but I think ultimately Atlas should probably pivot to DLC just because re-releases at this point are so unpopular. Kind of like politically. It doesn't matter if it makes sense financially. Like, it doesn't matter if there's value there. It matters that a lot of people don't like them and that they're going to stop buying the game on release. And that's going to hurt Atlas long term.
Follow me.
Yeah, Microsoft has like the marketing rights to it, but that's just stupid crap that people will forget about. Doesn't matter. Because guess what? It's coming to all platforms. Who cares?
He's still primed.
It's a baby.
I'll never forget my first priming. The fear. I was old enough to understand what was happening. One can only imagine how this poor child felt.
He is the victim of an unforgivable sin, committed by people who saw him as nothing but a means to an end. He must be so frightened.
Then I'll ease his burden.
You don't mean?
I'm not going to hurt him. Contrary to the tales, I don't go around killing dominants for no reason. What if I told you there was a way to remove Wallace's icon?
I tell you, you were a madman.
It's hard to believe.
I wonder if this is her child.
But it can be done.
And this is like a timeless community.
Oh,
Like she's been alive for 100 years.
part of the icon remains no matter what.
So, it might still come to violence.
And yeah,
It depends on the dominant. I've seen things end well, and I've seen things.
I would agree, you know, and I'm right there with you. It's like, I can step back and be like, okay, how much content did they add, and do I think it was worth $60? And I would say for Vengeance, it's debatable. For Royal, I think no doubt, there's like absolutely no doubt in my mind that the stuff they added to Royal would be worth $60. So, and it also incentivizes them to change things that they normally wouldn't be incentivized to change.
Very well.
So,
do what you must.
You know.
And whatever happens.
I'm glad Royal exists. I'm glad Vengeance exists. It'd be interesting to see like what a Metaphor re-release would look like versus DLC. Like you kind of know what DLC is going to be before it even comes out.
Don't be afraid, little one.
It's going to be some like added content on the end of the game. So, yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what they do though. I haven't heard anything about Season Pass yet. Man, this is bringing me back. The music is bringing me back. This is like from like the first trailer.
Is it done?
And yeah, they could do that, DK. Did you see the conversation that was happening in Discord today too?
I think so.
I didn't realize that they were forcing reload. Like you have to buy the DLC pass. You can't just buy the individual DLC. Which totally negates one of the reasons I made in my video to say why DLC is actually sometimes a good thing. Yeah, but that DLC existed in Royal too. Or not Royal, in base Persona 5. And then you got it for free in Royal. That's usually what they do. Is they'll have some DLC in the base game. And then in the re-release, they'll just give you all of it for free. Because, you know, it just adds value to it. And usually they're just cosmetics. Ooh! New abilities! So is this like, looks like it's just like a modified... The dodging. I might use this instead of Bahamut. Oh, you can roll? That's interesting. Like longer dodges. Yeah. No, Alice being Alice. It's... Oh. Hold on. Oh. I'm bad. Why am I... Wait, do I press again? Oh, you double press? Okay, you double press. Oh. It's a minigun. Oh, this is really interesting, actually. Oh, and that's refill? Wait. Oh, I have infinite. Okay, so that's what that does. Okay. Interesting. Wait, so are there different abilities? Oh. I canceled. No, it has the same abilities. Okay. I don't know how I feel about it right now. I need to get closer before I do that. don't look at me. I'm bad. I'm just like ignoring all these enemies right now. It's interesting. I think I'm gonna have to get used to it. But yeah. Sorry, I was learning a whole new icon. Used in crafting, so there's a new sword, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's one of those. So here's the weird thing: is because the remake was a port to like PC and stuff. I think most people think the $70 is worth it. Maybe they would argue 60 because 70 is still contentious.
Was frozen in time.
But
he knew we were here. How?
I don't know.
Yeah, but I can see what you mean about wanting to do the answers. You know, wanting it included. I think honestly the crappiest thing out of Reload is that it's still not a definitive edition. There's no FMC. I would have preferred to see like the answer included and then FMC added as a DLC or something.
It would be better if I explained back at the village.
I see.
I'm sorry.
The only thing I'm iffy about the Leviathan thing right now is that I'm not using my sword anymore. So it makes the game feel like totally different. Like it's like a different game. It's weird. Which I guess is a good thing. But yeah, it's weird. Weird is definitely a good word for it.
So part of Leviathan is inside you now, is it? Does it hurt?
No.
Nah, I don't see them re-releasing
Good.
a new version of Persona 3 Reload. I think Reload is it.
If you want to know the rest,
maybe if the answer sells really well,
of course.
If the answer sells really well, you might see FemC show up. Because then there'd be an incentive to do it, because it's a lot of work, right? So, and also that's the ideal outcome at this point is just add FemC. And you're right, it is a huge overhaul to the story. But, you know, for a $30 DLC, I could maybe see it. You have to rework all the confidants, but it's like the dungeon doesn't change, right?
To understand the spell,
you don't have to add any personas. You don't have to add any game mechanics. You're just changing confidants and dialogue. So, you know, it's probably worth like $30.
The one that brought us here. After generations of wandering, my people sought refuge in northeastern Storm, some 170 years ago. But in exchange for our safety, the Gregorian Church
use the combat designer for Kingdom Hearts 2? Man, say no more.
Heretics when we could not.
To be exterminated, as a lesson to others.
And so was it chronicled in the imperial histories. For anything less would have made the church seem weak. Yet a handful survived. The few who did fled north and west, and in doing so discovered two things that would forever shape.
The thing is, I don't see them having...
The first was an old legend, revealing how to make your very own mother crystal.
Another person making their own mother crystal,
I've heard that one before.
Yeah, I've heard that one before.
Yes, yet it gave them new hope.
Yeah, you would need some new songs.
Our ancestors...
Granted, they were really just kind of remastering old songs for the most part. I think Lotus Juice handled a lot of it. Did Meguro even like work on Persona 3 Reload at all? I don't know. Since he's not working at Atlas anymore. I don't know if they contracted him out to do remasters.
Oh yes.
They'd stumbled across a nostrum in an ancient ruin, which they believed could provoke a sudden outpouring of a creature's ether.
And yeah, it's costly. I don't know. And that's the thing. I don't see value in them having the P3P
would have destroyed
port.
everything.
Unless, is that port the one that's
Our
on
people
Steam? I'd have to
made
check.
Their second important discovery. A
It means
means
to
to
stop.
stop time itself.
Okay, that is kind of what I guessed. That they were stopping time.
Northerners had no such magics, or they would have used them.
When our ancestors first arrived, the land was uninhabited, save for
That makes sense. He's probably really expensive to contract out, and they were mostly remastering, so makes sense that they didn't want to hire him
Body had
for
been
everything.
consumed by the curse, a cruel payment for her long years of service to the Northern Thanes. So desperate were they to prevent the fall of Drake's Eye, they'd forced her to devise a spell to stop time.
But Drake's Eye did fall.
It did. When she finally perfected the necessary magics, it was already too late. As punishment for her failure, the Thanes exiled her to this forsaken place to live out the few days she had left. Knowing her suffering, our ancestors cared for her as best they could, and in return, she gifted them her spell. That even though she should die, her legacy might live on. So armed with both the knowledge of the ancients and the secrets of time, our ancestors settled upon an ambitious plan. They would create a new Mother Crystal and enchant it that it might endure for all eternity.
Yeah.
Thus would our people's wandering, our suffering finally end, and prosperity visit us once more.
It probably would have been the port that I played too.
And all it would require was the sacrifice of a single...
She is totally the mom of this baby, by the way. 100%. 100% the mother of that child.
Or so they believed.
Another victim of man's blind reliance on the Mother Crystals. So we know the seal source. How do we break it and restore the flow of time?
Do you recall the Dome of Light on top of the cliffs to the west? Inside lie the ruins of an old temple. It was there that the witch built the Vare, a conduit of sorts, but it's been a long time, and now there are others.
Then we shall go prepared. That said, it may be best if one of us...
You think the village...
We saw the ether flow from Wallius in all directions, but only in... There will be more. And should even one make it...
Then I shall stay.
You have my...
Very well. I fear time may not...
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I actually think it'd be in Atlas's best interest to port, or to make a definitive edition. Because I would say Persona 4 and Persona 5 both have definitive editions at this point.
Is not easy to find.
Persona 3 is the only modern Persona that does not have a definitive edition. You know, it's actually going to be kind of interesting if they remake Persona 4. Because I don't know what they're going to do. Like, if they're going to release the golden content initially, or if they're going to make it DLC.
Try to breathe. That's it.
Is everything all right?
Ah, you're the outsider.
P3 was kind of unique since it had 2 remakes.
And this is Talor, one of my patients. He took...
Nothing too serious.
I hope so.
But...
This affliction, it's like nothing I've ever seen before. And my most powerful, and I'm starting to wonder if his condition might require a different... Shula said that you were here to help us.
I'd be happy.
You can. All I need you to do is speak to Talor's son, Pavat, over at the forge, and ask if he knows what his fault. Something must have the trouble, so I'll...
Right.
Figure out why Dad is sick.
Do you need something?
I do, though not from the forge. Fanit asked me to speak with you.
I see.
It's no trouble, really.
Not that I know of. But then I hardly see him. He's always out and about, like. Well, at least he was.
It would be kind of weird, DK. Because, yeah, all it was basically adding, is it Marie? Or is it just Marie? By adding Marie and then,
just round the village.
the winter stuff, yeah. The ski trip and the added dungeon.
Fisher who lives on the other side of the fount. They're old friends. Maybe he knows.
Maybe.
So yeah, I would agree it'd be weird if they didn't include it and then sold it as DLC. Especially as a remake. Right? Because like Golden already exists, so then you're selling like a worse version of 4 for full price to be, that'd be weird.
Greetings, stranger. What can I do for you?
Your name is Blazir, is it not?
It's probably very similar to Xenoblade. I actually wonder what studio is doing the voice acting, because it's obviously an English studio.
Zelda's. Talo's never been ill a day in his life.
And if it is, it could very. Do you know if it's Xenoblade Studio? They might not have said what studio is doing the VA work for Metaphor yet. I don't know.
Off chance it might explain how his condition arose.
But if it is the same studio as Xenoblade, that would probably explain it.
Me is a bit odd. He kept asking about the woods. Did you see anything strange on your way back from the shore? It was like he was expecting something to happen.
Well, that certainly does sound unusual. And it might just be what Fanet is looking for. Thank you.
What?
If they rewrite, I don't think they would rewrite character arcs. I think they would modernize some of the less flattering things about Persona 4 that people tend to gloss over. And yeah, you're right, Eric. The answer is like added on to the end of the game. Golden does have like changes during the game. So as DLC, it'd be really weird.
I spoke with Werder, but she couldn't tell me anything. Did you have any?
I mean, the answer is basically, yeah, already structured like DLC. So.
There was one thing. Blazir, the fisherman, he kept asking him if he'd seen anything unusual there on his way back from the coast.
The forest? Surely not.
But
I can't say for sure. You may have encountered them.
And you think they
Tonberries?
Go on, there's an
I'll go kill some Tonberries. Let's go. Also, I'm glad that they did finally add Tonberries in. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I think the next, if they do another remake, I think they're probably going to do Persona 2. And well, the thing I'm really interested in, if they do Persona 2, is do they personify it? Or do they leave it the way it was and just update graphics? I think that's going to be really interesting to see what they do with that.
My name's Kitav. I'm worried about a friend of mine. He went into the forest and he hasn't come back. Would you help me find him?
Yes. Eric, I'm right there with you. There are certain things that some of the characters say, Yusuke, or sorry, Yosuke, that would not land in 2024. It was okay 2008, would not land in 2024. As someone who played it in like 2020, yeah.
Of course. You know about the glamour our ancestors.
I think they should do it. Well, I don't know.
Shula told us about it, yes.
I know they're directly connected, but is Innocent Sin a direct sequel? Or is it like kind of just the same game in 2 parts?
So your friend
or sorry, Eternal Punishment, whatever the second one is.
Aye, that's right. He said he was going down.
If it's like very clearly 2 different games and one's a sequel, then okay, whatever.
And another near the Winged Wains.
I also don't know how long the games are.
All right. How will I know?
You know, if they're like 15-hour games, then yeah, just combine them into one 30-hour game.
My height, but clean shaven. If you could track him down and see that he's come.
Very well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think most people, Persona 3 is their first Persona. And when you're talking Persona, you're talking Persona 3. Right? So, or Persona 3 onward. I think it's pretty common. So honestly, like I said, I think the most interesting thing to me is to see if they modernize Persona 2.
You've never been one to ride half-starved
Yep.
birds with
Eric, I'm with you. That was my exact same order too.
If I had a guess, I'd say your bird eats only the finest greens and has her feathers groomed twice a day with a curl.
Actually, I didn't play P3P. I played P4G, and I was like, okay, I get it. I didn't want to play Persona 3 because I thought I knew I wouldn't like it that much. Yeah, I think Persona has Final Fantasy syndrome, where your first is your favorite most of the time.
You're joking.
Eric, what's your favorite Persona? Is it Persona 5?
I have, yes. I suppose that
This I've got to see.
I would if I could, but I doubt Shula's skiff could hold her.
Me dad's got a boat, and it'll be perfect timing.
He would. All right then.
He'll be in the store.
Bring him my chocobo over. And there's actually quite a few side quests here. There's another one over there too. This is actually pretty expansive DLC.
Bastard things.
Oh yeah, I need to go to the store.
Thanks for bringing me daughter back. Anyway, I will have to charge you.
Does that feel when the store sells a better belt than your belt?
Well, if you're sure you need it. Here you are. Well, if you're sure you need it. I'll be here.
Probably talk to the blacksmith too, now that I think about it. Oh, I forgot I unlocked Leviathan. Oh, I'll play around with that. Pull up on that.
You one of the outsiders then?
I am. Shula invited me. Are you Manda's father?
I am.
I would actually probably agree with you. Persona 3 has my favorite cast of characters, but I think as a video game, Persona 5 is just like a better game than 4 and 3. Especially Royal. Some of the changes that they made are just like almost so obvious to me that it feels bad going backwards. You know?
But thinking about it, it would make it easier to get around if I had Ambrosia here. Can you help?
Yet still, I'll need you to bring us a mimic gourd or two to keep a
And
oh, don't ask me.
Well, so I suppose
I'll be.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's gonna be very interesting to see what they do with 6, especially because it has new leadership, right? So you can kind of look at Royal to see what it might be like a little bit, but you know they're definitely still constrained by the base game. So I don't know, you know. It'll be very interesting, that's for sure. And I hope, yeah, I don't know how they'll evolve it. The only thing I can think of is the palaces were definitely an improvement over the randomized dungeons, but you know, get rid of Mementos. Mementos doesn't need to be there, and put that effort into like better dungeons. I think.
We might have.
That is probably what I would want.
Passing by the low gate when I saw a figure moving among the trees up on the cloak. At first, I thought it must have been you or your brother, so I didn't say anything. But
because yeah, on the social sim side of things, I don't know what I would want other than just like more stuff.
And you're sure it wasn't one of the other villagers?
Positive. I think it was someone from outside the wall. Of course, it could just be my imagination playing tricks, but if it is who I think it is, would you?
Okay.
Very well. Whether the man you saw is who you believe him to be or not, we need to know.
Perhaps. Just promise.
Don't worry.
Thank you, Miller.
The custom.
I'll explain later.
Because yeah, what I was kind of saying is, I think Persona 5 does a very good job at, you know, linking game mechanics to the confidants to make the confidants feel more rewarding. And I don't think they should change that. In fact, they're keeping that in metaphor. So like the confidants seem good. I think the 5 stats are pretty good. Maybe you can add like one more stat in if you feel ambitious. I think the most interesting thing on the social sim side is like the min-maxing aspect of it. So it's like, I think if it were me and like what I want, I would say give me hold on a second. Give me more choices. You know, give me more things to do. And, you know, make it harder for me to min-max, make it more interesting, give me more options, give me more mini games. You know, that I think is probably what they could do on the social sim side of things. Besides that, I think it's very solid the way it is. And then I think there is room for improvement on the gameplay side. Yeah, Mementos is very generic. Thankfully, I think Jose helped spice it up, but it just shouldn't exist. They should just get rid of it. I don't know what they should do for I guess side quests too. No, I have no plans to play P5X. I am also Persona 5'd out. I didn't even finish Tactica. Oh, I barely made it. I barely made a dent into Tactica. That's interesting. I'd try that. Let's do... Yeah, they did milk the hell out of it. And there's still rumors of a, The funny thing is there's still a rumor of a fighting game. If that'll ever happen. Yeah, probably never gonna happen. You know, I'll just be happy if the new fighting game's done by Arc System Works. If they make a new Arc System Works that does the fighter for Alice, and they have the casts of P3, P4, and P5, that'd be pretty baller. I've never been a gacha guy myself, so I've tried them. I got decently far into Honkai Star Rail. You know, I played that a fair bit, but I just get bored of it. Yeah. I could never get into Genshin. I bounced off Honkai. I'm just kind of like, whatever. I'm whatever on gacha games. Alright, I'm trying to figure out which one I want to drop here. I like Raging Fists as like a parry thing. It feels really good when you do it. I'm thinking I might drop Upheaval, but Upheaval Wicked Wheel is really good. Maybe I drop Wicked Wheel for Gouge. Gouge, and then I can do Raging Fists with it. And then I can make this one This'll Tear, and then I just need to upgrade Gouge. Okay, that's done. Final Fantasy has such a baller roster they could pick from, it's actually kind of nutty. They could literally just do... I mean, think about this. If they literally just did, like, main character and main antagonist from every Final Fantasy game, that's like a roster of 32 right there. Just by itself. Which is kind of crazy to think about. Yeah, that is a full roster. That's like a roster plus some DLC. What am I looking for here? Looking for a person? Ow. That hurt, dog. I'm not gonna lie, that feels pretty good. Yeah. I mean, Final Fantasy. I mean, you could make a fighter with like 100 characters easily using Final Fantasy casts, especially if you include side games. Like, you could make a fighter out of like Final Fantasy 7 characters, which is just like crazy. You know, like if you include Crisis Core, the movie, I forgot the movie's name, like Rebirth now, like you could legitimately make a fighter out of Final Fantasy 7 characters by itself. Oh, I'm like totally in the wrong spot now. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, just crazy. Oh, I totally ran past this dude. Wait, what? This isn't a dude.
Well, here's the can. But no sign of Naseth.
Today I learned that's a cairn.
To the riverbank, then.
But yeah, I do kind of wonder what Atlas will do going forward. Because the other thing too now is if they want Metaphor to be the third pillar, like they keep talking about, like, does that mean we're gonna have like Metaphor spin-offs if Metaphor succeeds? I know SMT5 did fairly well, but it didn't like, you know, break records. Obviously, Persona was already an SMT5 spin-off, so I don't think they really need to do any SMT spin-offs.
Who have we here? I'm looking from...
Hi, I know him. Takes care of the cans. Wait, you didn't think I was him, did you? What do you want with the lad?
His friend, Katan. Apparently he ventured out to work on one of the...
What?
You're a hunter, yes?
There's a bridge further down the path. Blasted thing got washed. But if I remember rightly, there is a...
Maybe...
Don't mention it.
Let's hope...
it's gonna be interesting. Because the other interesting thing is Metaphor very obviously also includes like a Tokyo setting, just like Tokyo is their utopia, right? So like that's why it's called Metaphor. Literally, it's just a metaphor for modern society and kind of wish fulfillment. And I bet it will even be a commentary on you know, the anime trope light novel thing right now of isekais. Like it's probably going to be a almost like a slam piece on isekais, I would bet. So it's going to be interesting, you know, I don't know. Because it has a lot of the classical JRPG characteristics that I would think would be popular in Japan, but you never know. You honestly never know with Japan. Oh, it's this fucking guy? I remember fighting this guy. Yeah, BG3 did succeed because of word of mouth. The thing is, though, is you know, Metaphor will ultimately still be much more niche. You know, ultimately it's still a JRPG that is very anime, right? So just it being anime is enough for it to be niche. Oh my god. I'm staggering the crap out of this dude. I would even argue more than 95. Like the anime aesthetic for some people turns them off enough for them to just never give it a chance, you know? Which is unfortunate, but you know, you have to kind of just like accept it. I will say it not being a high school setting and not being about romance and not being about all this other like very anime stuff will probably help it. Right, it'll make it appeal to more Western players, which in turn probably makes it less Japanese. But yeah, it's just one of those things.
Thank you.
I'm the tributary's guest.
And yeah, it's good for streaming. I mean, the bear sex just sold BG3, you know.
But how do you know that?
Your friend Katav asked me to look for you when you didn't return.
And ultimately, I think, like we mentioned earlier, Metaphor will probably be very dependent on reviews. If it reviews really well, it'll probably sell well.
How exactly do they work?
Oh, there are crystals inside. They're what keeps the glamour going. Should the ether cease to flow through too many of them, our shroud would quickly unravel.
And an important job it is. But you'll struggle to do it if you're dead.
Yeah, the truth is, me and Katav...
That's a lot of words.
Watching each other's backs like. But when we heard outsiders were coming, we split up to get the job done faster, so things would be...
So you found him?
Not before the local fauna did. My arrival seemed to put them off their dinner.
Mustn't have been hungry after all.
But how many copies did Nier sell? Like, I know it kind of broke into the normie sphere, but like... How successful even was it? I have to look.
When you're next in heaven,
and I would also say that graphically, Nier... Sure, it has like the sexy woman that you upskirt, but like... the graphic style is at least Western, right? And that's probably the most important thing. I mean, Metaphor is literally anime. I mean, it literally has anime cutscenes that are drawn by animation studios. Right. Yeah, like what DK said. Like Final Fantasy is kind of anime, but the reason it succeeded in the West is because graphically it was more Western. Yeah. See, but that's the thing is, I think a lot of people wouldn't even count Nier as a JRPG. Right? It's kind of like how, like, I don't know. I was going to say, like, Elden Ring, but no one considers Elden Ring a JRPG, even though it's technically Japanese. But it doesn't even have the look. Nier at least kind of has the look. It's just, like... I don't know how else to say other than, like, Persona and Metaphor just bleeds anime. You know what I mean? Like, it is anime. It does not get much more anime.
I thought I'd lost you. But you thought... Thank you. Nasev told me everything.
All that matters is that you're far be it from me to tell you how to do your...
Or if we have to. It'd take its toll, of course.
Your bearer.
That we are, thank the tides. The others can't attune to the crystals in the cairns the same way we can. Reckon this place would be doomed without us.
So...
We're forced to. No. From what I've heard of the way things work on the outside, we were truly blessed that our rain fell here in Mysidia.
Yeah, it is very ironic that
If we started to
Japan literally made a genre-defining Western action RPG. Literally created a genre that Western developers mimic.
All's well that ends well, eh? Thanks to you, both of us live to keep this place hidden another day.
Oh, they got their own little bow. So honestly, the story of this, somewhat predictable, but pretty decent. You know, I kind of said it about the last story. It's pretty decent. I could kind of tell that, like, there's this whole timey-wimey thing going on when you got here and, you know, all this shit was alive and the trees weren't dead. And I also, you know, I guess from Final Fantasy 14 knowledge, know that glamours are just, like, fake. You know, it's like how you glamour your chest piece and it looks like another piece of clothing even though it's a different piece of clothing. Just like an illusion, right? So, basically these guys have been living here for like 100 years, using an illusion to hide themselves from the world. So, you know, kind of makes sense. I'm surprised that Ultima never found them, being the almighty being that he is. Maybe he just didn't care. But I mean, Leviathan was here the whole time. I don't know, actually. It was the same writer. I'll say it's, like, competent, but it's not, like... It's kind of like what I said with the, Omega stuff. It's competent, it's not genre-defining. It's not really genre-defining. You know, it serves its purpose. The Ultimate is involved somehow. Okay. Try to cover that plot hole. I mean, you kind of have to try to cover that plot hole, to be fair. It's a really big plot hole. Yeah, no, please don't stab me, Mr. Tom Berry. Trying to knife me, bitch? Come on. Come on. Come and get me. Oh, I fucked up. Oh, I parried. I forgot this was a mechanic in the game. I forgot parrying was a mechanic in the game. So, DK, I take it you have beaten the DLC? The way you've been talking about it? No, I can't reach him. I actually think they could definitely use more abilities. I kind of just like Gouge is good on bosses, but it's not good on random trash mobs. I kind of wish you could like do more stuff.
Made it. This must be what Fennec was.
I feel like my options are very limited. I'll turn the phone. I'm glad they added a return to, you know, return to quest giver
Did
button.
you find anything?
I did.
I knew it.
Well, I'm still none the wiser.
Forgive me. This chain. It's a Gregorian Matanos.
Yeah, there is. I haven't used the ultimate yet.
What's it doing here?
I feel like ultimates are cheap, so I try to use as little as possible, just like the two broken ones I think are most broken.
To understand what the Tomberries are.
But there's a new free for it.
Feed on hatred.
I'm actually using one of the non-default abilities.
That if you render them an offering, some token of grievance against your fellow man.
So you think someone's put a...
I can't say for sure. But given his fear of the forest and the presence of the...
Does Talor have any enemies in the village?
No. But there's more to the tale, you see. It's said that if you attempt to curse a soul that has returned to the sea already...
You're saying he could...
In trying to curse another, aye.
When my father was younger, he was one of the few permitted to venture beyond the wall.
Oh, there's another one after you beat the DLC? That's kind of nutty.
He told us that when he journeyed to Sanbreque, he'd wear that chain to disguise his true beliefs, lest Grieger's faithful turn their...
Did they ever catch him in his deception?
Not that he...
Come now. Let's not waste time speculating.
All right.
Thank you.
Aye, and thanks for going to all this trouble.
Pigeons coming in my ear.
We call it an adder stone. It's a gatherer's charm. Reacts to certain rare minerals we use in crafting. Makes the... If you find anything, see that you bring it back to me.
I am, thank you.
That's interesting.
And I'll be sure to pay you a visit. Until then, I wish your father a swift recovery.
Did you predict 9? I think you did predict 9. Because you had the 8 around the sides. There's like that weird loading screen symbol. There were the 8 around the side and 1 in the center. Remember the loading screen symbol?
Reckon my steel's just as good as any.
Reduces cooldown.
A good tide to you.
But yeah, if you want to see the abilities, Python. Actually, I have 9 right. No, I have 7, 8 right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, I have 9 right now. So if there's another one, that would actually be 10. But yeah, I currently have this Abyssal Tear. Tear? Yeah, Tear activated. It's like a delayed attack if you want it. I don't know if it's any good. Still trying to get a grip on it. But it does more damage than this one. This is just like a gather up enemies in a line. I could see you do Cross Swell plus Tsunami, because Tsunami's just like a line of damage. But Deluge seems very good. Does a lot of stun damage. And it's ranged. Terror I'm trying to decide on. I might pick something else up. I'm not doing any of like the really OP combos. Like I could do Will o' the Wikes with Lightning Rod or something. Oh, they did? Yeah. It's still crazy to me. I remember in my prediction videos, which I said I would go over one day, which maybe I will in the future. Maybe before 17 comes out. But, there was one scene where they showed Ifrit flying through the sky. Like, you saw like a dark, starry background behind him, and everyone's like, oh yeah, he's flying in space. I'm like, there's no way they would show the main character flying through space as Ifrit. That doesn't make, you know, why would they do that? That's a huge spoiler. There's no way. It's just the way the shot's framed. And lo and behold, you play the game and they sure shit spoiled it. Granted, I don't know how we didn't notice the, like, Phoenix feathers coming off of him. Because that also kind of technically spoiled the fact that Ifrit and Phoenix combined. So yeah, there's that too. But yeah, I mean, they kind of spoiled a lot in retrospect. But I mean, that's always been kind of the case. It's one of the things I've been thinking about with Metaphor. Like, I've seen some images from Metaphor where I'm like, oh, that seems like very late game.
Perfume from Sambra.
Who's there? Stop!
Stop! Stop in the name of the law! Yeah, now that I say that, maybe before 17 comes out, if I do the same sort of thing where I make videos in the lead up to it, maybe I'll go and look at my Final Fantasy 16 videos to like compare and contrast. How did I do?
Stand back. I'll handle this.
Well, if he was fighting Leviathan, then I don't know if it's a spoiler because it didn't exist in the game. But, yeah, maybe technically. I mean, well, actually, so as someone who was around back then, it wasn't clear why Phoenix was still alive. A lot of us thought, because there was a time skip, right? Like, there's a 10-year time skip. A lot of us thought that maybe a new dominant of Phoenix was chosen and Joshua actually died. Like, we thought, yeah, Phoenix for sure comes back, but maybe it's not Joshua. Yeah, that was a theory. Some people thought that maybe Mid was. Like, maybe Mid was, like, a bastard daughter of, the Duke. Turns out it was just Joshua. Oh, Bahamut? Yeah. No, we did know about that, for sure. But yeah, we kind of weren't positive if it was Joshua, which there was a decent chance it was. Or if it was someone else entirely. Like, I remember thinking it could have been Mid. Was like a pretty prominent theory back then.
Are you all right?
Because like the timeline makes sense. Well, maybe not Mid, but you could have like a 10-year-old
Oh, I could kiss you.
who was Bahamut's dominant at the end of the game.
Hervey, I came to see you. Oh, my little canary, it's been so long.
Thank you.
Who is he?
There's also the thought that maybe Clive could transform into dominance that he captured. There's that thought too.
One of many clients.
Because yeah, you were playing as Phoenix, which is kind of nutty.
Plans together. Whispered songs of, and then you upped and
I left you a note, didn't I? I told you I was sorry, and I told you not to look for me.
The flame of your love was as a beacon.
Hervey.
I was walking by the coast near Northreach when I saw a lady who looked like you. The next moment, she and her companions were jumping in a skiff and sailing out towards the wave. So I, borrowed the nearest boat and started rowing.
I mean, that's one of those things where you almost want to believe that they didn't bring Joshua back because it felt like a little bit of a cop-out. So you're like, okay, how did they write it where they didn't bring Joshua back? And then they just brought Joshua back. It's like, okay, I guess that works too. Kind of boring, but whatever.
Dull and hopeless grey to a bright and benevolent. That was when I knew for certain that my.
Oh, why did you come? You should have forgotten me, as I tried to forget.
Yeah, man. Honestly, I wish I was a little more blind on Metaphor than what I am. I think they've been doing a good job though at keeping most, like the vast majority of the Metaphor information is like the first quarter of the game, I would say.
We must return to Haven and accept my family's judgment.
But I mean, at this point, I've kind of made it my hobby too. Right? Like my videos are mostly centered around being hype pieces for games I'm excited for. So, in some way, I almost feel obligated to too.
You did as I asked, and you must be rewarded for it.
But I mean, I enjoy it. And I still enjoyed 16. I didn't feel like knowing what I knew going into 16 ruined it for me. Genuinely.
To the end of the world and beyond.
I mean, I think I knew everything up to the Benedicta fight. At least. After that, it got hazy, but...
You should never have found this place. How could I be so careless?
I could have, like I said, I'll have to go back and rewatch my videos. I'm actually somewhat interested to know.
Doubt anything could have kept that man away.
I just overall enjoyed the discourse, you know? Like, I enjoy sitting here and just talking about Metaphor.
Forgive me.
There's nothing to forgive. You two met at the Vale, I take it.
When I worked there, yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I know. DK, you put too much weight into review scores.
Though Mysidia is our sanctuary.
Yeah.
There are certain necessities that it can.
Honestly, when review scores come, I think that's when you need to go blackout. Because you should just not care and be like, I'm excited for this game, I'm going to play it.
Few are the opportunities for followers of a strange faith in a strange land.
And so you supported your family as best you could.
Yeah. I think they were running out of promo material to use, honestly. So they were like, okay, what's the next fight? We don't want to ruin Titan. They could show, like, the Titan versus Ifrit, like, main fight, but they couldn't show anything else of the Titan fight. Well, actually, I say that, but they actually did show the giant Titan. They showed, like, everything. They showed everything other than Ultima.
I would be putting my people in danger. But that if I did not, I would be living a lie.
What will happen to him now?
Since our people settled in Mysidia...
I see.
That was before my time, you understand? Yamila, know that I do not blame you for any of this.
Yeah, so as someone who knows DK, when DK's hyped on a game, he's like... He's super high on it. He's like, if it's not 9s and 10s, it's like not good.
Thank you, tributary.
Yeah. Yep. I know DK. So like the mid 80s was like, well, and the other thing too was there was like specific review. The other thing is he tends to latch on to specific review scores. If you remember, I think it was one of the EU publications gave 16 like a 6 out of 10. And he tends to he gives too much weight to that. I keep trying to tell him to just like, don't pay attention to it. It doesn't matter.
However long it takes.
Yeah. Form your own opinion. And hell, if you want to, after you've played it, go back and check to see how people like it.
My lord, for bringing us back together.
But he will be who he is, which is why he's, you know, Eurogamer. Oh, which is no more. Metro? But yeah, I mean, at this point, like with Metaphor, right? Like, I do not care. If Metaphor gets a 6 out of 10 average, I'm still gonna play it because I want to know what the hell went wrong. You know what I mean? Like, where did it go wrong? Which is why I pre-ordered it, right? Like, I'm going to play it. Yeah. The other thing to remember, some review publications, for some reason, score out of 5. So, like, you have your 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5, or 5 out of 5. It's like, there's not enough granularity there. You know? Like, a 3 out of 5 is like... On that scale, I could maybe see giving 16 a 3 out of 5. I think you could argue it for sure. 6 out of 10, though, and it's like, oh, well, I don't know. You know, I don't know if it's that bad. Like, it's not... I don't know if it's like the best game ever, but 6 out of 10's like, you know, that's pretty harsh. I think so with Metaphor. I think it'll review fairly well. I think there's going to be people who deduct points because it's too similar to Persona, and they want something more different. Oh, I see. See what you're doing, game. I just want to pick up the thing, and you're making me kill these guys. Kind of fucked up. But yeah, in terms of Metaphor review, I think it'll be a 85 game. I think it's gonna be in the 85 to 90 range, if I were to guess.
This is the mineral Pavar was talking about. Rings out like a bell.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's new IP, it doesn't have the rose-tinted glasses of an established IP that has fans, right? You'll have people who are fans of Hashino who play Personas, but then, right, like, this isn't a Persona game, so what is it? It's gonna be one of those, like, high 80s, like, very solid game that, like, doesn't know what it is yet, and reviewers don't know what it is yet, so they don't know how to review it. That's my guess. Because I genuinely can't imagine the team behind it making a, you know, a true, like, 7 out of 10 game. That'd be kind of nuts. Like, the core, we know that the core gameplay loop is good. So they just have to write a decent story.
Which is why we make sure this gate stays shut.
And why you carry that impressive looking axe, I presume.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the problem is, DK, and I've already been seeing it now, so I know I'm going to see it when reviews come out, is people want something different, right? They're getting they're starting to feel like the Persona formula is a little stale, and they see this as a chance to, like, change it up, and some reviewers are going to take it upon themselves to try to, like, tell Atlas, hey, why don't you change up your formula by, like, scoring it lower, and then hoping that the next game's a little different, you know? Because they'll, like, I don't know. I feel like some people feel, like, obligated to, like, do that for some reason, rather than just trying to objectively score the game, right? Like, they're trying to... Some people score it based on, like, context, I guess?
Are these the ruins?
And so, yeah. It's not going to be everyone. Don't get me wrong. It's not going to be everyone. But it's going to be... It's going to be a theme that you see.
People who must once have lived here.
Yeah. It's also kind of funny that people talk about wanting something different and, like, Catherine exists. Catherine is, like, such a fucking weird game, man. It's such... I was just playing it the other day. I had to get footage. It is a weird game.
Yes.
But I like it. But it's, it's like an 8 out of 10 game. Oh, forgot what my dodge button was. I didn't mean to high potion that. Nope. I suck. I found myself like eventually warming up to the gameplay of it, but yeah, it's like it's a weird game. And yeah, I agree. I love that it exists, and it's also kind of funny, like, there's people asking for something different from Hashino. But it's like, yeah, Catherine exists, and they just like made it. Hell, they just made Full Body like 2 years ago. It was actually the first game that the new studio made was Full Body. That did a lot of damage. Okay, I popped a potion and I still lost like half my HP. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Hooked up my multiplier! So yeah, I don't know. It will be interesting to see where Metaphor lands. Like I said, I am 100% expecting like upper 80s. And I expect Persona 6 to review super duper duper well because it's a Persona game. Kind of like the Zelda thing, right? Where Zeldas get +5 because the brand is like so recognizable and beloved. Yeah. And that is also true. FF is... It's going to be interesting to see if... It'll be very interesting to see. Because, so, Persona 6 has a new creative team behind it, right? It would be very interesting to see... if they change up the formula. Because if they do, you'll see it devolve into Final Fantasy talk. Where people just want the old Final Fantasies.
And whatever it is.
And yeah, so all the new Final Fantasies are shit because they aren't the old Final Fantasies. You know? I would say Final Fantasy 9. Possibly Final Fantasy 10. But Final Fantasy 9, I would argue, definitely got like the +5 treatment. I don't think it's the best Final Fantasy game in the series objectively. But I think because it was cutesy and it was on the PlayStation after Final Fantasy 7, you know. And yeah, if a series goes on long enough, it's always going to happen.
We've got a few rooms going spare now. You want a bed for the night?
I mean, look at like Assassin's Creed. I actually think Assassin's Creed is a very good example of it. Because before they made Mirage, if you remember, people were like hankering for old Assassin's Creed again. And Assassin's Creed has been like the same basic formula forever. And so it led Ubisoft to make Mirage, and then lo and behold, Mirage was like critically panned because it was just like not modernized. And you know, I think there's a lot of parallels there with Final Fantasy fans.
Really? I will. We certainly do. Northreach, then. Keep Anders' father waiting.
Yeah. No, I'm with you, Eric, 100%. There are a lot of things to roast this game for. But yeah, the discourse always seems to devolve back into, oh, it's not a real FF game. Kind of crazy. Also true. Like, there's Crisis Core. Man, I played Crisis Core recently before playing Rebirth. Oh my god, that game is a trip. Holy crap. What's his name? Genesis? Oh my god, what a awful character.
Those
You know what's gonna be kind of funny is if the final Final Fantasy VII game, like the last of the trilogy, brings in all of the brings in all of the Crisis Core stuff. So like Genesis and what's his name show up, the other Angel dude. Angel just starts spouting loveless crap.
And this must be Ambrosia, was it?
I have the mimic or
And Ambrosia's tall. I don't remember her being that tall.
Thank you kindly. Soon as she's gobbled this...
We're going to take a little trip across the bay now, Ambrosia. Don't worry. You'll be alright.
Crisis Core was your first Final Fantasy game? Ooh, that's an interesting one. So what I'll say about Crisis Core, like I said, I played it recently. Doing the missions was actually addictive. Like I could see like having a PSP and like playing that on the bus to like school or something. Like that shit was, the missions were addictive. They were very simple, but like very addictive.
You didn't all?
The actual story of the game though is like,
She is as white as
the story is something else. That's all I'll say.
beautiful, aren't you, girl?
Brave, too. She was calm as you like on the journey over.
And yes, it's almost all entirely his dialogue. His dialogue is the most pretentious 13-year-old like emo writing I've ever seen in my life.
Ambrosia's been through a lot. I doubt there's much that could unnerve her now.
Yeah, the first soldier. That game like came and went, and I have no clue what it was about. I know there's like some stuff with Sephiroth and some other weird mobile games and crap. With like backstory, because I've seen Maximilian dude go over it. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. There was the first-person shooter that was Dirge of Cerberus. If you want to call it a first-person shooter, that's maybe generous.
Thank you. But I think we might explore Mysidia together. What do you say, Ambrosia?
Yeah, my first FF game, like I said earlier, is Final Fantasy 12. It has a really soft spot in my heart, but I don't think I can say it's my favorite single-player Final Fantasy. I think Final Fantasy X is actually my favorite single-player Final Fantasy. After that would maybe be 12. Actually, quite possibly is 12. Alright, got my Chocobo on the island, or wherever this is. Maybe this isn't technically an island, just only accessible by boat. Alrighty. Got stuck on the airship.
There. The temple the time forgot.
Play Zodiac Age. Zodiac Age improves it quite a bit. I don't know. The problem is that the core story of Dirge of Cerberus is not good. Like, fundamentally, the story is not good. So I think the problem they're gonna run into if they go down the route of
what is it?
Introducing Dirge lore into the Rebirth sequel, you know, it's gonna be hard to rewrite it to be good. You know, like I guess if you make Genesis less annoying and make him more minor in the story, then that'd be fine. Like, he could be like a boss fight. That'd be interesting. But like, the whole like clone thing, it's just not good. It's just not good. And then yeah, you add Genesis on top with his whole Loveless quote. It's like, yeah. Yep. Holy fuck! What the fuck? Bro! fucked up. Oh. Oh, you played Birth by Sleep first, too? Yeah, you were a PSP kid. Alright, yeah, like... So I played... It's kind of funny. So I have a similar-ish story where I originally played Kingdom Hearts, and then I played Kingdom Hearts 2. And I knew all the Disney characters, but I was like, who are all these other characters? And then I saw, like, the Final Fantasy tags. Because you know how you used to be able to go in, like, the glossary thing or whatever? And you could look up the characters, and it would tell you what Disney show or Final Fantasy they were from. And I would always see, like, FF in Roman numerals. And so I was at the store one day, and I saw Final Fantasy 12 on the shelf. And I picked up Final Fantasy 12. And this was after Kingdom Hearts 2 had come out. So, Kingdom Hearts also introduced me to Final Fantasy. Yeah, I would definitely argue that Kingdom Hearts 2 is probably the best, followed by Birth by Sleep. Then after that, I don't know. I might even argue Kingdom Hearts 1. Then maybe Kingdom Hearts 3, then Dream Drop. I feel like I'm forgetting some too. Yeah, for Final Fantasy 17, I just hope that they do something setting-wise newer. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts was a really good idea by Square. Square really benefited from that.
Could this be their leader?
That partnership.
There's a good boy.
Are you fucking mine, bro? Kind of fucking rude, dog. Fucked up the stagger window. I haven't played the Remind DLC. I've had a conversation actually on YouTube. I don't know if there's a way to like look at old comments for people, but I had a whole conversation with a guy who loved Kingdom Hearts 3, and like the reality is I just didn't like how like the combat felt. And the best way I can describe it is floaty. We had a whole debate over what floaty is, but like that's just like the truth. I couldn't get into the combat. Like every time I played the combat, I just wanted to play Kingdom Hearts 2 combat. And I don't know how else to explain it. But yeah. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Why am I so bad? Yeah, all the Titan moves are super satisfying when you pull them off, man. Particle effects, baby. Rip my bitrate. I found the gameplay of Birth by Sleep to be okay. I didn't hate it. I would say Dream Drop Distance is where it started to get too floaty for me.
Aye, well, if the forests taught me
If I were a betting man, DK,
there's always something worse.
yeah. Yeah, I don't know, Eric. I've tried going back to it, but every time I've hit, like, I'll just try to hit a button, and the response time between me hitting the button and the keyblade swinging is so long that it makes me feel like the game is, like, slow, and I don't like it. That is what has always just turned me off from it, is that I can't get over that hump. Maybe one day I can get past the mental hurdle and I'll appreciate it a little more, but I can tell you that day will not come for a little while. But, for 17 DK, I think all signs right now are pointing to CBU2, or whatever they call them now, as to making it. You know, Yoshi P has recently made a comment about how he said he would never produce 2 games at once, but he is open to directing 2 games at once. So it looks like CBU2 is going to do it. Yoshi P is probably going to be the director. I don't know who the producer will be. I might be Ishikawa, or she might just be lead writer, I don't know. I don't know if she has enough experience to be a producer. But, yeah, I mean, I think all signs point to CBU2 doing it. They still have Suzuki. Right? Suzuki, the combat guy. So, if I were a betting man, I would say it's going to be action. And not turn-based. Or at the very least, action turn-based, similar to 7 Remake, but probably with their own twist. At least I hope it's with their own twist. I think it'd be boring if they had the exact same combat. See, I don't know. I'd have to use air step. But the problem I have with 3 a lot of the time is, like I said, it doesn't feel as responsive. Like I think the frame timings are kind of off, like a little long in the tooth, and it feels kind of floaty. So I don't even know if air step would be something I like. Like I don't really like the parkour stuff that they added in from Dream Drop. It makes the game feel kind of cumbersome. Like you'll get next to a wall and all of a sudden you're like bouncing off the wall and you didn't really want to. Oh my god, walk. Do I change? There we go. Oh, that didn't hit. Maybe I'll try it on stream or something. That way I'll be like committed to trying it instead of just like not doing it. Have someone else like force me to try it. bastard. Sorry, I'll respond. I see quite a few comments in chat. I'll respond to it pretty soon here. I think he is dead. Alright, he's dead. There we go. Yeah. I mean, Eric, that's what I think I have to do. I think I have to go back with like an open mind and just try it. It's hard because Kingdom Hearts 2 is probably my favorite game of all time, unironically. So it's hard. But if I go back and I just don't expect it to be 2, you know, 2+, I'll probably like it more. Like I said, maybe if I stream it, I'll actually stick to it. And yeah, in terms of if next game's action or turn-based, I don't really care one way or the other. I just know that they just hired the Devil May Cry dude, right? They're gonna make use of him one way or the other. I think, you know, if I were a betting man, I would say that it's gonna be action, probably built off of this foundation, which would be a good thing. If they can reuse the engine, some assets, and like build on the foundation of this combat, it'd be super smart from a business sense, and it would, you know, ultimately probably be a better game. So I think that's what they should do, and probably what they will do. We'll see what they do, though. Could be turn-based. You know, turn-based can be very simple to make, so that's always an option. And yeah, I might enjoy it more with an open mind for sure. I'll have to get Remind and try it. And yeah, I'm with you, DK. Just make it good. Wait, did I just fight a mini boss? I'm having another mini boss?
Thinking they'd all migrated south.
The weaker ones did.
The weaker ones. Did you hear that, Sid?
Yeah. And the thing is, it's one of the few games, Eric, that I can go back to this day and play and still enjoy. That is extremely rare for me. I'm not usually that type of person. So, like, that's what makes it even harder. It's like, this is the game I love and I still love it. So trying to change it just like, I have to ask the question why. And it just makes me want to go back and play the old one, you know? Man, this feels like a Final Fantasy 14 dungeon. Yes, I'm also obviously hyped for Expedition 33. You know, it's kind of weird 'cause it seems like a lot of people are hyped for it, but the video I made did not get much traction, and I looked around and not many videos did on it. Like, I'm very excited for it, but I think because, you know, it's a new IP, new studio, I get it. You know, you don't want to like get too excited before you even know what it is. I mean, we don't even know if it's gonna come out, so that's probably why. But I did find that interesting. It's like, out of that whole Xbox showcase, it's probably the most interesting game to me. And yeah, there's not that many people seemed like interested enough to watch YouTube videos anyway on it. Wait, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Fuck. Yeah, you're right, DK. It's ultimately going to be totally dependent on reviews. That's another one of those games where, like, I'm definitely going to play it no matter what because it's just super interesting. But I could definitely see it flopping depending on how it reviews.
Get ready.
I wonder if I could parry that. Ow. I dodged! I dodged! I dodged! I actually die here. Come on, you bitch. Yeah, see, after 3, I'm not super excited for 4, but, you know, maybe I'll go back. Are they gonna reach me? Also, Ben has done some great voice acting work. That's another reason I'm excited for Clair Obscur. For Expedition 33. Oh my god, please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's gonna voice a character in Warframe? He's been getting a lot of roles. I mean, he crushed it in 16. I actually think he could have won an award for the voice acting he did in 16 that year, but wasn't in the cards. Yeah, I did make a video about it, about Clair Obscur. I'm like catching up now, sorry. And yeah, like not many people were.
It's frozen. Just like the surge.
Probably because not many people searched for it. It didn't really gain much traction. So.
Another of my ancestors.
But did one of my trailer breakdowns for it. I'm excited for it. I think the theming seems very interesting. It's definitely going to depend on how Clair Obscur Expedition 33's like combat actually functions. Like, is it just a pretty game with a cool story, or does it have meat to it? It's probably going to be the main question.
The blue veil shows the extent of the spell's reach.
But I can feel it.
Yes, I'm with you, Eric. Like, BG3 was just too big of a game for the voice actor of that game to not win, and Asterion too popular. But I think when you really try to look at it critically and like, I mean, Ben put his soul into some of the scenes in 16. Like the range he demonstrated and like the effort he put into it, I think probably outweigh what Asterion was. Asterion was just kind of like your quirky, funny, haha fun party member that people liked.
Grind to a halt, if that's what you mean. The spell only affects the things that were present at the moment it was cast.
No, a lot of the 7 Rebirth cast is very good too. But I mean, this year's actually gonna be interesting for Game of the Year because I don't know what's gonna win. Yeah, Ben and Neil have worked together, and so I wonder if that's actually how Ben got into Warframe. So of course Ben was happy to have Neil win too, and you know, I still think Neil did a great job. Don't get me wrong. I just think Ben just like I said, he just like put his soul into 16.
Like the ones we saw on the way here.
Some of his line deliveries were brutal.
Is this Leviathan's doing?
This music's pretty cool.
It certainly wasn't ours. When he realized my ancestors were attempting to cast a spell from here.
Also, I'm gonna die. I'm out of potions.
And almost did by the looks of it.
But yeah, oh, this is really cool music. I dig it. Yeah, I don't think the DLC is a contender for Game of the Year. It shouldn't be. I hope it's not. I would say right now Rebirth is probably the strongest contender, yeah. I'm trying to think what else is coming out this year. Or has come out. It's kind of a... Oh, there's the leitmotif. That's the leitmotif. Yeah, I wish they let, I feel like the orchestral thing was so... I get why they did it, in some respect, but, you know, I think Soken really, hits his stride when he does, like, rock pieces. And, man, this music, and stuff like this, like, he's been doing a lot of techno stuff lately. It's been great, you know, like, the most recent Raid series, although I think a lot of those have guest composers, really great. And then they like try to force him to do like a Disney song. Like, I don't know if you heard the most recent, there's like, I think it's the ending song for Dawn Trail. DK, go look up the ending song for Dawn Trail. Let me double check to make sure it's right. It's like not good. It is very not good. But it's also something that Soken doesn't compose normally. And so, like, I feel like they played I think they played it a little too safe. Yeah. It's called Smile. Go look up Final Fantasy XIV Smile. That is, woo! That's a song. Yeah, no, it is not a good song. It is straight up just not a good song. And then they have absolute bangers in the raid tier. And I think some of the songs from this this expansion are also kind of bangers. Just like, I think they forced him to make a Disney song, and he cannot make a Disney song. He can't do it. And I think, you know, when you go orchestral, you're playing it safe ultimately. You know, and I think it's just unfortunate. And actually, I think I said it in my video about Metaphor. That might be one of the things that holds up Metaphor. I think people are warming up to the soundtrack, and I actually think Meguro has done some really cool shit with it. But it is not your normal poppy Persona sound. It's like this weird tribal chant thing. And I dig it. But I could see it making, you know, I could see people not liking it as much, right? It's just like one of those things where it's like Persona-like, but it's not, doesn't quite mimic Persona enough, and you know, it's just hard. Although we'll have to wait and see. Yeah. I don't know what they did with that Smile song, but it is, you know, not good. Very Disney-like, but yeah, it's mixed weird. The voice doesn't sound that good. Everything just sounds off. It's like someone tried to mimic a Disney song and didn't know how to do it. It's like the only way to describe it. And that's like the ending credits song, so you just like beat the expansion, and that's the thing that fucking plays. Like, you wonder why people don't like the expansion. That is the last memory they have. Yeah, I think it'll be very memorable in retrospect, and I'm excited for it. I just think without, you know, the poppy choruses and stuff and the hooks, it won't be as memorable. I don't think it'll be memorable in the same way. You know what I mean? I don't think it'll be as catchy. That's the word I'm looking for. Or it's not gonna be as catchy, and when it's not as catchy, it's not gonna be as popular. At least I don't think so. I'd be happy to be wrong though. I think some of the songs sound great in Metaphor, from what I've heard. But then some of them are very like, meh, you know, orchestral kind of backgroundy music, which is fine. Kind of like with 16, it's fine. But you kind of wish that, you know, they cooked a little more. So I actually have bounced off 14. I will get around to beating it. I know I will. I played like the first 2-3 levels. I was thinking I might raid, but then the raid group filled with someone else, so like I'm not raiding anymore, which I'm fine with. Which is why I also have free time to do stuff like this. And so that might tell you some of what my thoughts on the new expansion are. And the sad thing is, the best way to describe the expansion is to say it's similar to another expansion, which is Stormblood. But I mean, so you played Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 14 is Final Fantasy 16 in MMO form. It has all the same like problems, all the same like highs too though. Maybe not in combat, but with story. It has absolutely abysmal pacing, right? Abysmal pacing, always has. But in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, the story was at such a high level. The story was so good that you could almost forgive the terrible pacing. Back in Stormblood, the story wasn't nearly as good, and it had really bad pacing. And so I almost bounced off it then too. And Dawn Trail is kind of like, the story wasn't particularly good, and so the pacing stands out again, and I think it's fine. You know, I think it's a fine game. I feel similarly to it as I do with 16. Like, it has some good elements, it has bad elements. You know, and I think part of the problem is it's coming off the back of an extremely good story, and the story's mid, right? Because it's an expansion, so you're looking at the stuff before it. And I also think that they need to evolve the formula, and they just haven't. Which is why you're hearing the conflicting opinions. You know, they still have bad pacing after a decade. They still have all these issues. And I think people are just, like, finally getting tired of it. So we'll see. There'll be new patches and stuff, and we'll see how it goes. Like, it's kind of funny because Stormblood had some of the best patches in the history of the game. So we'll see if the pattern repeats. Because yeah, Yoshi P is usually pretty good at listening to criticisms for the most part. I say the most part because I think people have always criticized the poor pacing and it's never been resolved. Because I am convinced that Yoshi P thinks that bad pacing is good pacing. It's probably like his biggest flaw as a producer, honestly. So yeah, there's that. And yeah, for Warframe's OST, I have heard parts of it. I sometimes watch YouTubers that react to video game music, and I have heard some of the music, and it is very good. I actually think some of Soken's music is, like the first time I heard it, I didn't think it was as good as I do now. Like it's definitely like almost a learned appreciation for it, and I think part of it too comes from playing the games. Yeah, Smile was not it. Smile was not it.
This would have been a hall of worship. There was something similar in my father's keep. The priests would deliver their sermons from the day.
Yeah, I mean that is always. Oh yeah, her father is the king. That is 14's biggest problem right now. I've been trying to get DK to play 14, but I think he kind of started. I think he started it, but it's a big ask. That's the biggest problem with it right now, is that A Realm Reborn is easily the worst part of the game. Like, easily the worst part of the game. But you have to play through it to get to the good stuff. And it's just like, it's acidine. They really need to, like, create a new starting point and then make the old content optional. And I think you would still have people do it, right? But it's just way too overwhelming to be like, alright, here's our game. You need to play 500 hours to catch up to the main story. Have fun. You know, like that. It's kind of nutty to ask that of people.
Just let us pass. It's all right.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't mind the pacing, then you'll like 14 too. Because 14's biggest flaw, more than anything, is pacing. There's a lot of other stuff happening in the conversation, but that is easily the biggest flaw in 14. I don't even think it's close. It always has been. Yes. Heaven's Ward is where it starts to get good. It's just very hard to convince people that Heaven's Ward is where it starts to get good. And I mean, I am a person, I bounced off of it in ARR. I stopped playing in ARR and now I've been converted to the light. I mean, so if you just finished Heaven's Ward, I'm not exaggerating when I say that Shadowbringers and Endwalker, Shadowbringers for sure has the best villain of any Final Fantasy game, and one of my favorite villains in like media in general. Like, it is extremely high praise. They did a fantastic job with that expansion's villain. I mean, absolutely great. So there's that, and I like the themes in Endwalker a lot. If you are a nihilist, you will like Endwalker. If you're not a nihilist, you will not like Endwalker. But yeah, I mean, it's just very good, very solid storytelling, and it like covers the fact that it has kind of shit, you know, pacing. You kind of forgive it. But yeah. Once you get through Stormblood, you will be very happy with the game. I can tell you that. And Stormblood isn't bad. Don't make me... Stormblood is still better than ARR. And that's the thing, is ultimately the new expansion is still better than ARR. It's just getting a lot of hate because of... because the past two expansions were so good, and because it's been like the same game for 10 years. I think people are finally getting tired of it. Which is understandable. Yeah, I mean, yeah. The Shadowbringer villain is that perfect blend of fun, but serious, and also, like, he is true morally gray. Like, there are people, like, you can at least understand where he's coming from, right? You don't agree with him. Like, what he's doing is objectively horrible, but at least there's, like, a humanity left in there. It's not like he's just evil for the sake of being evil. So. Also, I think I'm about to hit a boss fight, so this will be interesting. I have no potions, so I guess I'll die and then beat him with potions. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the mobile spin-off. We'll see what happens with it.
Jill, does this ether not feel somehow
familiar? Yes. I sensed it the moment we arrived, though I wasn't sure until now. You can feel it too, can't you, Clive? She's calling us.
You don't mean the witch?
I do. Though she was more than that.
Yeah, mobile gaming's always been a huge sector, and it probably will continue to be forever.
She was a dominant. A dominant who once commanded the icon that now resides.
As long as it's always a side thing, I don't really care too much.
Clive.
Of course. I don't know why I didn't see it. Who else would have the power to freeze time?
None other than Shiva herself. But for her ether to endure after all these years, it's almost as if... as if she shared it with another, just as Torgal shared in my ice.
Interesting. You know, this story isn't bad.
Shiva's companion. Though something tells me he's not as friendly as us.
Our ancestors never warned us about this.
It wasn't left here for them. I doubt they even knew it existed.
Oh, delayed attacks. You bitch. I fucking love humanoid bosses, man. They're so much fun. Oh, what the? Phase transition time, baby!
Why won't it yield?
Because it would sooner die than fail its mistress.
Then it leaves us no choice.
Chakrams? Oh.
It did. Let's not give it another chance.
Ow, you. Oh my god, that was half my fucking HP, dog! Kinda fucking rude, don't you think? What the. What the fuck? Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Okay. That was bad. There's gotta be a faster way to run than just spamming dodge. Well, I'm full up on heal items at least. Out of reach. Ow, you fucking bitch. I do feel like they kind of wanted to use, they wanted you to use Leviathan for these. Because the extra mobility of Leviathan form helps a lot. What? Oh my god, I just took so much fucking damage. Get parried, bitch. That was totally intentional. Ow. I'm so bad. I'm so bad. I'm panicking. I want to get a flare. Or get a flare before the stagger comes up. Don't. Come on. Okay. Lost out on some damage there. It's okay though. What the fuck? What the fuck? Bro. There, take this, you fucking bitch. Jesus Christ. I'm so bad. I didn't see the shell on the ground. I was looking up. Also, oh. This is some fucking... What the fuck, dude? This is some Kingdom Hearts shit.
It's getting angrier by the moment.
We better cut this short.
Some fucking Kingdom Hearts shit, man. Come on, get the stagger, get the stagger, get the stagger. Okay, good. Deluge. Judgment Bolt. Did he just phase out with existence? No, he didn't. Alright. Alright, this should stagger, I think. Alright. No, this has just been one boss. There was a mini boss before this, I think, maybe? But, oh my god. Can you stop? Can you stop? Can't see. Can't see. Oh my god. Oh, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? What the? That shit tracked me. Just fucking kill him, please, dude. I'm like one shot. Thank you. Holy, I actually almost died. And I died once and had free potions and had a checkpoint. That was actually good. That was a good boss fight. Felt close. I'm like kind of button mashing. I'm half learning. I'm not try-harding, but like, you know, for not try-harding on a normal mode, that felt good. Whatever that's like on Ultimaniac.
And put an end to this.
Wait. The spell must be weakened, not undone.
Isn't that what we came here for?
Did you ever stop to wonder what might happen to the tidal surge if I unraveled the whole spell at once?
Yeah, I almost died twice. Right at the end. It would suck to die right at the end.
It's going to require a bit more finesse. From wind and light, water and earth, let the silent pall of mine ice. There's too much ether. Here. Let me help. Let us help.
Jill said us, but Clive is just standing there like a fucking idiot.
Did it work?
I think so. The thread connecting this place to the child should be broken. Meaning Walyas should finally be...
Oh, is this Ultima?
Free once more.
Ah, it's Ultima.
Leviathan, our most profaned fragment, its divinity defiled by the hand of man, its spirit shackled by his hubris, till Mythos came, bringing release. Now, let the sins of man be redeemed by the hand of the servant
What's going on?
Precisely what we feared. Leviathan is out of control. Don't despair. This isn't over yet. You should head back to the village and get everyone to higher ground. As for the rest, Ifrit will handle.
So is this the last? Am I going straight into the Leviathan fight?
After 80 years of imprisonment, I'd be angry too. But I can't let it end like this, Warriors. It's time for you to come home.
I ain't got no potions. Oh, I have some potions.
More of your playthings.
Level up? Wait, I thought 50 was the cap. So I wasn't expecting to be up this late, but I guess I'll do the fight. I don't know, it's getting late. Might take a break before the Leviathan fight. Ow. I fucked up, I wanted a Raging Fist. Oh, this changes 60 post DLC? Okay.
Right. I heard you the first time. Come on then.
Feels like one of those paths where you keep walking but you never get any closer to your destination, like a optical illusion.
This isn't what I wanted. I only hope you can forgive me.
All right. Oh. Alright, simultaneously coolest and hardest? Alright, I'm game. I am game. Let me get my gamer position. What the fuck? Okay. What the? Why did that hit me? He has a lot of HP. Okay, yeah. He has a lot of HP. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, I fucked up. I wanted a brimstone that. I have to stagger your ass, dog. Get your ass. Stagger. Stagger. Okay, base change. I didn't even get my stagger in. Wow, the FPS is really low here. My PS5 is burning up, man. Holy. I like the flute. I almost forgot what my buttons are. That would have been bad. Ow. Alright, I'm definitely gonna die at least once. I need a wildfire there though. Oh. Wait, what the? Am I supposed to jump out of that? What am I supposed to do there? Oh, wait, how much damage does that just do? How much damage is that? I think that just did half my HP. Wait, I need to jump it. I need to jump it. Okay. Okay, that hurt. Fuck, I keep forgetting I have to jump it. I have to jump it. No, I fucked it. Oh my god, no! I fucked up my brimstone, man. This reminds me of the... What was it, like, Take It? The water note guy? The water guitar note guy? Oh, it's a DPS check. Thank you. Okay. They like their DPS checks lately, huh? What? Oh, that's so annoying. Not getting my Spitfire might actually lose me. This, Ow. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, that should do it. Was I supposed to jump that again? Oh, I need to jump, I need to jump, I need to jump, I need to jump. Oh god. Fuck. Yeah, for the DPS check, if you know the blowback combo, I think it would probably help a lot. I think I have to jump for that? Wait, oh my god. Oh my god, so much damage. Have you been noticing how I've been doing the finishers on my combos with the magic burst? Fuck, I keep forgetting I have to jump these. I have to jump these. I have to jump these. Yeah, the finishers probably had a lot of damage. Ow. Ooh, 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 ooh. Almost staggered. I think once I stagger him, I don't have my spit flare. Oh, I do have my spit flare. I just run away? Ow. Okay. Do the spinning move. Spinning away move. Spinning away move. Oh god, do I have to redo this whole last phase? Do I just have to wildfire away? That's kind of brutal. An instant death move? Wait, oh, do you just have to, like, chain dodge it? Is that what you have to do? I was, like, trying to wildfire away from it. What? You fucking bitch. I think I ran into a corner, that's probably what killed me. Let's see if I can do it right this time around. I'm getting pretty close to staggering. I'm still not quite sure what I'm supposed to do on Maelstrom. I don't think I can wildfire dodge out. Alright, let's see if I instantly die again. You can precision dodge. Well, the thing is once you get hit once, you're just like dead, right? Like it just carries you. So it seems kind of risky to rely on precision dodge. Maybe I guess if you precision dodged into it and just mash. Alright, I guess I'm dodging. Oh, no, I can't dodge. I can't dodge. Alright, I firelighted through it, I guess. Although if I get hit once, I'm probably dead. Nope, okay. Can you not? Oh my god, I died again. Alright, so you can't precision dodge it, I don't think. You literally just have to fucking... You can't go directly away either, can you? Oh my god. Alright, I hate Maelstrom. Yo, this is actually hard. This is actually hard. I just had like one more healer, I probably could have made it, but... I'm so bad, dude. I'm actually gonna die again. Oh no, I don't want to die again. Please, Sir Leviathan, I've had enough. I've had enough. I want to get off your wild ride. Thank you. I run into the wall if I go straight back, right?
Well, you're just full of surprises, aren't you? Garuda will be proud.
Well, that worked. I did it. I did it. I'm not bad. I'm not bad anymore. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you just had to go direct away.
Wallius! Wallius!
Oh, you bitch. Wallius, you bitch. Wallius, can we stop now? I'm good. What? Come on, just fucking stagger him, please, God.
Not this time. If that's what you want. You've had your fun, Leviathan. This time, you went back to sleep!
Nice. Alright. Oh. That was fun. I was really hoping I didn't die again. Like, which is probably where the difficulty should be. Like, that was good. That was, to me, a good difficulty. Because it's like, I was fearing dying again. And I wanted it to be over. Yeah, I was just ready for it to be over. I was like, I'm good, like, get me out. Which is probably right where it should be. Like, it's not like... It wasn't overly difficult, but it was definitely challenging. And, like, I was afraid I was gonna die again. Oh. You just throw so many moves at you. Oh my god. I burned through like 3 heals right on the phase transition to the final phase. After dodging the tornado, I got destroyed by regular moves. Right. Yeah, that's... Even if it was just like the optional content. Or like the final boss fight. Like, I think final boss fight you can tune the difficulty to that level, you know? Just like... yeah. Oh. Very rewarding though. Because now that I'm done with it, I'm like, yeah, okay. Yeah, that was good.
Clive, where is he? Well, yes. He's adorable.
He is now. But did you see him a few moments ago?
Clive, I don't know how to thank you.
It's all right. We should find him a dry blanket, though. Wouldn't want the little monster catching a cold.
Oh.
There. He's finally asleep.
The poor thing had a long day.
That makes two of us. So,
Now? Now, we make things right.
How?
By providing Walias a place to learn, and so that one day, when the wound's in his heart, he might decide for himself how. But until then,
then he's a lucky boy. And not only because he'll have the best warrior this side of the belt to teach. Shula. The Empire that threatened your people. Might it not be time to cast off your ancestors' glamour?
Perhaps. It's not as if we have the crystals, but are we truly safe? If I remember rightly, you and yours still choose to...
We do.
Well, your people will always be welcome.
As will yours in the hideaway. If there's anything you need from us.
It's kind of you to, but we'll manage. Besides, I suspect you'll be needing everything at your disposal.
The best we can do is strive to turn what's left into a world where we can all live as equals.
A noble endeavor. And there'll be a place in this world for us, will there? For Walias?
For everyone. I swear it.
Then we shall be waiting.
So I think I remember from yesterday hearing that there is a hunt and stuff that I still need to do. But yeah, that is the end of it, right? So that is the main story of the Rising Tide. So that was about 4 hours for me. Which I think is about what I heard. I kind of rushed through the side quests. I didn't like... Kind of like what I just did where I clicked to the text.
Walias. Up by the Vare. Ultimus. He called Leviathan and told me to redeem the sins that had laid him low.
Is that sins of Walias's ancestors were grave indeed?
And to freeze him in time.
Yet I doubt either of those crimes was the source of Ultimus' displeasure. It was that the Icon's power had been put to another purpose than the one he intended.
Alright. I might do the hunt.
Must have seemed an aberration.
I don't know if I'll do all the side quests or not.
Ultima made no attempt to fear that this profaned fragment might corrupt his vessel somehow.
Oh, that's an interesting way to...
Perhaps. Or perhaps he simply deemed Leviathan surplus to requirements.
Okay. I remember people talking about the whole surplus thing.
Might be made to serve his
Redstone.
Without the full sum
Alright, I'll check out the redstone.
His purposes.
I do remember people talking about the reason being like, oh, Ultima just didn't need him being kind of a lame excuse, and I would agree with that. Now, if Ultima thought it profaned and yeah, like tainted, I could definitely see him being like, yeah, no, I don't need that shit.
If the world doesn't change, he'll end up suffering the same fate as every dominant who can.
Then we must.
That we must, and we shall.
Alright, off to change the world. So I guess I'll go to the redstone. Okay, yep. New challenge in the redstone. New side quests, and is that a hunt board? Probably have to go back. Do I have to go back to the Probably do. There's quite a few side quests. Hideaway. It's been so long, but I still kind of remember the layout of the hideaway. So, is there a hunt here? By the way, fun fact, that symbol is the rogue tomato from Final Fantasy XII. The symbol for the hunt board. Okay, it's not up there yet. Well, let's go check out this Redstone thing. Rete. Okay.
What is this?
Muthos. You plumbed the very abyss, yet still you hunger. We are impressed.
Is that so? Not again.
Wait, I'm turning into a free? No. Oh.
Is ours, and now it is yours. Consider it a gift from us to you.
I'm Ultima now?
Of things to come.
Yeah, these are Ultima's wings from the final fight.
You still think I'm going to be your vessel?
Kind of crazy that they made.
Take your gift then, Ultima.
So I'm going to assume for a second that this is a whole nother icon, basically, with 4 abilities.
Expect it back.
Oh, cool music. Kind of Ultima power. Neutron. Basic God. Ultimate speed essential.
You hear me? I will never be yours.
They made a whole ass icon that you just get after beating the DLC that you might never use. That's actually kind of nutty. And it's kind of OP too. Bitch. Wait, it's like it's a blink. That's cool as shit. That's kind of rude, dog. Alright, that's pretty cool. So are there 4 abilities? And you just gave me 2? The spirits within? Oh my god, that's great.
Whoever rail against our gifts,
That's great.
remain all too eager to avail yourself of them. Perhaps you require more time.
It is crazy to me. They must have had extra time on the dev team. Why would they make an icon that the majority of people even playing the DLC probably didn't even, like, unlock, right? Like, you beat Leviathan and then you just kind of quit. Wait, so what's Kairos Gate? Restriction on level gear consumables? What is this? What do you get? And it doesn't tell you, does it? Wait, so... Oh, it's a run? Is it like a roguelike? Or once you beat a circle... Oh my god, what is this? What is this? What is this? Oh, there's Bowie. Oh, it is a roguelike. That's cool. Oh, I think Ultima's just broken, so we'll do the... I'll use Ultima. Oh, I don't have my gear anymore, so I'll do that, and I'll do this. Then by the looks of it... Does it tell you what the 20-second cooldown? Animation's kind of long. Oh, this. Alright. Man, I don't know. It's kind of late, but now I kind of want to try it. Man, they made a whole menu? Man, they put a lot of time and effort into this. Oh, there's even like scores and stuff too? Hit me. Thank you. Cool. So is the loot randomized every run? And lose all progress. That is really cool. I might actually come back and just try that. There's like ranks? Got a C rank? So I have 4 quests. Alright. Man, the roguelike mode adds so much value to this expansion. Oh my god. Yeah, no, that's cool. That's really cool. I like it. Yeah, no, okay. I'm glad I looked at that, because yeah, that raised my my thoughts on it quite a bit. Okay, yep. That makes sense. So there is actually a time limit. I didn't even notice that. So if it's not randomized loot, I mean, I get it. Kind of defeats the purpose of a roguelike a little bit, but, you know. That's just really cool. Yeah. I like it. I like it a lot, actually. I guess final thoughts, final verdict on the DLC. Because, you know, I know there's going to be the 4 more quests. You told me there's 1 more hunt out of those 4 quests. So that means 3 of them are probably kind of meh. But taking into account Ultima and the roguelike, I mean, the 2 new icons. I mean, the only downside to it is you basically have to be at the end of the game to do it. Which kind of sucks, right? Like, if you're starting a new run, I guess if you do New Game Plus, it's nice because you'll have it. But, like, yeah, I almost wish for people, like, let's say the PC version of Final Fantasy 16 comes with all the DLC. It'd be nice if, like, people who have all the DLC can get those icons earlier. Just help spice up the game instead of like right before you go and do the final boss. Now all of a sudden you get 2 new icons, you know? But in terms of value, if I'm looking at the expansion pass doing Omega and Leviathan, I think if you enjoyed the combat of the game, it is probably worth it. You know, $30, right? I think it's 30 for both. Or no, it's 25. 25. You know, not bad. I would. It's like probably right where it should be in DLC world. I mean, it's hard to compare because it's like, okay, you compare it against the base game and it doesn't hold a candle, but that's comparing a whole game to DLC. DLC pricing is a little different. But you know, two new icons, 1 great boss with Omega, and pretty decent mini bosses. Great boss with Leviathan and a very, very good other boss. I don't even want to call it a mini boss. Yeah. Oh, you have to beat the final boss once? Yeah, okay, that's crazy. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense, because I think that icon is very blatantly overpowered, if I'm being honest. Like, it's very strong. So it makes sense that it's like a New Game Plus reward type deal. or post game even. But like, man, it would be nice if it was just a little sooner that you could get that stuff, so that you could like enjoy it. Cause yeah, like a new player to PC, they're gonna beat the game and never touch it again. You know. So. Yeah, I mean, you can just tell that the devs did care. You know what I mean? And I do like that, and I like supporting that. I mean, they didn't have to make the Ultima icon, and they did, right? And they didn't really have to even make the roguelike mode, but they did. I mean, that roguelike mode, if you enjoy it, I have to imagine adds an hour or two of content pretty easily. I mean, you said it's pretty hard, so if you actually die to it a few times, right? Like, each wave looked like, or each round looked like it took probably 2 to 3 minutes. Maybe boss fights a little longer. You know, you're talking it's 20 floors. You're talking almost an hour for a full run. 40 to 60 minutes. So yeah, I mean, like, there's huge value there. You do 2-3 runs of that. That's another couple hours. I don't know. It's like, I think it's priced where it should be. I think it's a fair price for a DLC. All right. You could maybe argue $20 for both, maybe, but I mean, because $20 for it alone feels kind of steep, but with the discount for the season pass, it kind of brings it in line. Like the Omega, to me, the Omega DLC felt like it was worth less than $10, which is what they were charging, but probably more than $5. It is more than just a boss. There's like the whole quest line and the mini bosses. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just cool. I mean, with the Ultima and the roguelike thing, it's like, all right, now the $20 seems a little more fair. Or I guess I'd probably call it like $17.50, and I would call the Omega fight $7.50. Which, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. At $7.50, I think that's right where it should be. Like $5 seems a little cheap for it for the Omega stuff. $10 seemed a little pricey. And with the Leviathan stuff, I mean, $20. I mean, it's like probably, if you just focus main quest, it's like 4 hours. If you do all the side stuff, I did most of the side quests too, but I kind of skipped it. If you're paying attention, doing it, probably 6 to 7, I'd guess, for most people. And I mean, you add in the roguelike, and it's that balloons up to like 10 hours of content. 10 hours for $20 is actually pretty fair for DLC. So yeah, I don't know. I like it, and I think the fight was easily the hardest icon fight in the game. In terms of game mechanic and like actually having to play it, it is the best icon. I would still say in terms of like scope and scale, Titan or Bahamut are still way ahead of it. I didn't get that like, oh my god, what am I looking at feeling anymore. But it was a very solid fight, and the fight with the timekeeper guy, very solid fight. So yeah, I mean, I guess final verdict is, if you enjoyed the game, like you enjoyed the combat, I think the DLC is worth it for sure. I liked it. I'm glad I played it. As a final kind of wrap up to this game. Because yeah, after I make the video or publish the video that I'm working on right now, 16 will probably not be talked about again until 17 is announced. And then it will probably only be, I'll probably look more at my videos that I made than the actual game, so I think it's a good capstone. I think they left off on a strong foot. And the other thing I'll say is that, assuming that CBU2 and this team is working on Final Fantasy 17, this DLC does give me hope that 17 will be tuned a little better, right? Because I definitely think they heard the feedback. And I think that this DLC was probably where it should have been all along. Honestly, what they should probably do, I think it was probably even a little hard for some people. If this was MSQ content, I think they should have normal mode that's a little easier than this DLC, and they should have a hard mode that's probably even a touch harder than this DLC. And that's kind of where I'd want to land. But it does give me faith that, like, hey, we know how to make harder content. We know that you kind of want harder content. So hopefully we see that going forward. That'd be great. So yeah, thanks for coming to the stream, Eric. You hung out quite a long time, and we had pretty good chat. And thank you to anyone else like Darth who came in a little earlier. DK, if you managed to watch the VOD. But yeah, thank you to everyone. Had a great time playing. It is getting late where I live, so I'm gonna turn off stream and curl up in a ball. But yeah, I'm gonna be working on the video and hope to see you guys in the comment sections. And I'll probably stream again. No schedules right now. I don't even know what I would play, but I need something to fill the gap between here and Metaphor, so I might just pick a game at some point if I run out of things to talk about. Because yeah, I actually enjoy doing these little chats. You know, I actually wouldn't mind making it somewhat regular. Yeah. Have a good one, Eric. And yeah, thanks, and I hope you have a good night, alright? Bye!